We're in. You're good. Okay. Shalom, Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. Another Sabbath. These weeks are flying by. I always say it, but you look up and it's Monday, then you look up and it's Sunday. Saturday, Sunday. This is how it is. But throw out for y'all for tuning in all these weeks and days and months. Shout out Sword of Truth family. Students that Kyle is responsible for in Guatemala. The brothers in California. Through Georgia, Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Also, Stream of Wisdom, Houston, Quadzap Shalom, Virginia, Kazakia Shalom, Stream of Wisdom, Rochester, New York, Zion Shalom. I hope everybody is doing well today. We're back at it again. And we're going to send our prayers up and get into our next class. Imagine we'll play now.
Okay. Want to stand and face Jerusalem?
That's just us. Just us. That's why I like to be whispering it, because if I say it too loud, everybody's going to jump and get caught. Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Award. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Rayach. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Hashabbat. B'Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Hahoya. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'arataza. La'a. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamoya. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yishan. Shashawamar. Yashua. Yahweh. Shemoya. Yahweh. Tizalia. Ayah. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemash. Yala'a. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'a. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashmoya. Makol. Right. Yashmor. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashmor. Hawalakia. Wabu'aya. Ma'aitha. Wa'ai. Amen.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He would not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Elohim. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Elohim. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Elohim. Yahweh.
Achad. Israelite Credo in English. Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abano, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak with Ka, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza. Kawa, Haya, Bashamayim, Netanel, Lachom, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachnel, Ka Wathino, Kasalachnel, Ka Wathino, Wala'a, Tabi'ano, Bodasai 1, Abo, Hawashino, Mayan, right, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahathapa'arath, La'ai Walamyam, Aman.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt know other powers before me.
2. La'a, Tha'ina, Laka, Pasol, Wala'a, Tha'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Thalachucha, Shum, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, La Kodashwa.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Say,
You said,
that's the wrong one.
You said, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Slack it. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. This one right here is number 5. Honor thy father and thy mother. Slack it.
Number 6. La'a, Tharatazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Thana'a. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Let me say it again. Number 9. La'a, Tha'ina. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Tha'chamat. Ko. Asherah. Laraika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. Rakatay How Bashim Yashak. Hahara. Netanel.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the law.
Israel Yeshabium.
Everybody seated?
All right. So, where we left off last week was Daniel's 4 and the pride that Nebuchadnezzar displayed. Really, the pride Nebuchadnezzar displayed from the time that Daniel gave him the vision in Daniel chapter 2 of him being that head of gold. From that time on was the pinnacle of Nebuchadnezzar's power and influence, to the point and degree that he started to sit back here and create images, this huge whole body and statue of gold to commemorate himself. And even though the Most High, through Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, reminded him that the Most High was the ultimate power, it didn't change his prideful stance. Then we went to Daniel's 4, and the Most High sat back here and gave Daniel another vision, or gave Nebuchadnezzar a vision, and Daniel interpreted it and reminded him and let him know, hey man, your kingdom is about to fall because of your pride. Then Daniel sat back here and gave him that reminder or that warning. A year later, the sting actually happened in fruition, and he ended up being in a zoo in Babylon, sitting back here running around like an animal for 7 years.
The most brilliant man of his time.
Brilliant and courageous and accomplished man of his time. Okay? So then, that was the beginning of the end for his empire. So even though, after that 7 years of being an animal, the Most High restored his senses back to him, and he went back to his kingdom.
Almost a decade, huh?
After that period of time, he sat back, retained his kingdom, but that was the beginning of the end for his empire. Okay? And that was, so Most High allowed him to finish out his life. We read that in Josephus. We might read a little bit of it before we get out of here, before we start the rest of the part. But we finished off last week's class talking about the magnitude of Nebuchadnezzar's empire and the brilliance of his kingdom. Right?
Yeah, just want to grab a scripture on that.
Yes, sir.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 7. In Apocrypha.
Ecclesiasticus 10, yes. 10 and 7. We're on horses, right?
No. Pride.
Okay. You said Apocrypha or the Bible?
Apocrypha.
Okay.
Talking about that pride.
Yes,
Out of most, I don't like it. Read that.
We're going to go back into that. The rest of this class also, don't forget, I'm going to let you finish it. The title of this class is Fall Pride of the Babylonian Empire Part 2. Because we're going to go into pride, what Shamshawan is saying, and this is the theme that's going to be pushing even towards the tail end of the empire with the different rulers that ran after Nebuchadnezzar. But keep going. You got it.
Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 7. Pride is hateful before the Most High and men.
The Most High don't like it, man don't like it. But how do you know when it's pride prevalent? How do you know pride is present? Read verse 6.
Verse 6. Bear not hatred to thy neighbor for every wrong.
When you start getting disgusted at every single thing your neighbor does, you start looking down on your neighbor for every little flaw, every little mishap, every little error, every little issue, as if you don't make errors, as if you don't have issues. He said that's how you know pride is present. He said, bear not hatred against thy neighbor for every wrong. Read on.
And do nothing at all by injurious practices.
It says when your practices become injurious, when they become damaging and affecting other people in a negative way, this is how you know pride is present.
Especially, this happens prevalently in people in positions of authority. Whether you're the authority figure in your home, or you're the authority figure in your church, or you're in a position of authority even at the job. Or your group. Wherever you're responsible for, the pride is shown in your lack of patience and in your desire to sit back and establish and accrue injurious practices to sit back here and make people that can't defend themselves feel low and weak. That is the very root of pride. You know, I was talking about because I'm going over that on Monday.
Monday.
And literally, that is an aspect or a major element of pride. Like you said, when you start treating people that don't have the power to fight back, you start treating them wrong, that is the beginning of the end for you.
Yep.
And we read that about Nebuchadnezzar sitting back here. Don't forget, when Nebuchadnezzar first got in power, he didn't mind the Jews keeping their beliefs and their religion. If you want to believe and serve the invisible power, cool. Just pay my tribute. That's where he was at, right? Now we're getting to Daniel 3, and because the people didn't bow down and serve Nebuchadnezzar as a god, all of a sudden he's going to kill people now. You see the difference in the whole mindset? Now there's injurious practices because you're not bowing down to me the way I want to be respected.
Right, because people want to be treated how they see themselves.
Yeah.
So if I see myself as elated, exalted, preeminent, then I want people to pay homage to me, in that same way that I see myself. But Christ came on a donkey.
Yep.
Christ came into Jerusalem on a donkey.
Yeah.
But what was that resemblance of? That he wasn't a master, even though he is a master.
Yep.
That was the lowest animal you could damn near ride on. You know what I'm saying? But that's the way he came into Jerusalem, on a donkey. But he's showing you that he didn't see himself as, even though he knew where he sat with the Most High, he didn't want people to treat him as such.
Because the scripture says, I see men on horses. Princes were on horses.
Yep.
Royalty was on horses.
Yep.
And servants walked. For him to be on a donkey, that was low-level stuff.
Yep.
Yep. But everything he did was to show through his actions that it wasn't about him. But the beginning of pride, like Shamshawan was bringing out, is when you start sitting back here and grow tired of the needs and the burdens that come from dealing with the weak, or dealing with the inexperienced, or dealing with the young, or dealing with the ignorant. And when you start sitting back here and making their life miserable, that is the root of pride. So now you're above dealing with people's ups and downs.
Or you don't make mistakes.
Exactly.
Now you're scoffing at their errors, as if you don't make errors.
Con.
You're scoffing at and mocking the ignorant,
Con.
the ones that's besides themselves, that can't help themselves. So this is how you know it's there. And that's why we read last week about Nebuchadnezzar. He started oppressing people.
Yep.
That oppressive nature that people have, that's how you know pride is present.
Con. That's a perfect example. Read verse 8.
Verse 8.
So now, after verse 6, when you start sitting back here and looking down on the weak, looking down on the powerless, looking down on the flawed, then this is what comes after that. Read verse 8.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 8. Because of unrighteous dealing.
Now all of a sudden, now you're sitting back here and a person with pride starts creating and setting up a framework to exploit the weak.
No different than the white man did the Indians by calling them savages.
Mm-hmm.
That was rhetoric that promoted what? Genocide.
Mm-hmm.
That's genocidal talk. These are savages. These are lowlifes. These are uneducated sons of the forest, like Andrew Jackson said.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Then comes in a trail of tears.
Yeah.
Then comes in eradication of your homeland. You're not even worthy to live because you're a savage. Or like Trump say, or all these other politicians say, these are an infestation. When you start calling people by insect terms, this is an infestation. So what are you saying? What are you calling them? Pests. You calling them
vermin.
Which need to be eradicated.
Yeah, they got to be eradicated. They got to be exterminated.
With
roaches.
An infestation.
Right. You exterminate an infestation. So that's when you start calling people infestations, pests, roaches, vermin, rats, then you're saying that they're not worthy to live.
And then these are all the facts. Then you start crafting strategies. You start crafting policy to execute your disgust for these people.
Yeah, exactly. And also to take advantage of what they have.
To
extract resources from them. No different than when you look at the beginning of all standardized testing, which started in France, when they wanted to know what is the education level of the population. When you do standardized testing and you want to see the education of the population, what you start doing, you use those metrics to determine who deserves to live on this side of town, who deserves to go to these schools.
Yep.
You start to use that for divisatory tactics to divide people up. You're not allowed because you have low test scores, so you're subjugated to this side of town.
Now it's classism.
You don't deserve to go to these schools because you have low test scores. You don't deserve these privileges. You don't deserve these privileges because you're a low level in education. And then when it comes to resources, well, you get the least of the resources because you're low-level, impoverished people, uneducated, so you're no good for society. So why should we waste the city's resources on you? So you use this standardized testing to start to separate people. It's all the same tactic.
Con?
You look. It's still pride.
Con. And your policies are crafted by your pride.
Yep.
The destroying of civilizations and the manipulating of people is based upon pride. Hell, Adam, what was the name of Darwin's book again that talked about that?
The Theory of Evolution.
But it wasn't the Theory of Evolution. It was that book that talked about it.
Rechanged the name.
They rechanged the name. What was the original name of that book that Darwin wrote?
Oh, it was
You had it. You sent it to everybody. Come on.
No.
Now you mental blocking on us, man. Huh? Let there be silence for a little bit so we can recollect to that. Come on now. You got to put the bright light on it, Mike.
It's right here. It's Origin of Species.
Yeah, there it goes. It's the Origin of Species. But what's that little byline there?
It says preservation of favored races in the struggle for life.
There you go.
Preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. So really, it came off like it was about survival of the fittest, but it was really the fight to control and keep your position, and the fight to stifle any threats to your kingdom.
He
That's
said-
really what the book is about.
You wrote Darwin's book was to prove the superiority.
This is your text.
Of the-
Oh,
of
what are you doing?
Yeah, he's right here. He's right here with us.
I'm sorry.
It says to prove the superiority of the white race. He never mentioned evolution in the origin of species.
Because it was never about evolution. It was about how we can sit back here and allow our reign to be dominant in perpetuity. Even the concept of freeing the slaves. We're on a tangent now. You read the book, The Wealth of the Nations, The Wealth of Nations, and you know the people who initiated eliminating slavery were the British, right? And it took them years to enforce and get the entire world to come out of the air quote barbaric principles of slavery. And you would think that the British were these polished, moral, high-ground individuals. But I think that the guy who wrote the book, I think it was John Smith, Wealth of Nations, he was Welsh or he was Scottish, one of those guys. He was Welsh or Scottish. I think he was Scottish. But the point is, you would think it was about moral high grounds and protecting the black man and looking after the East Indian man and showing a care for the African man. It had nothing to do with that. Or the China man. It wasn't about that. Because at that time, they were world emperors. Now, you had the Americans had control of their territory in America. But Britain ruled from sea to shining sea. They sat back here. They said, they said the sun never sets in the British Empire.
True.
So they had the power and dominion from England
Asia,
all the way through the Asian, Africa regions. But what they explained was pure economics. Slavery isn't cost effective. This is what they were saying. Because if you had a slave, you were responsible for what? Feeding him, giving him medication, housing. You had to sit back here and cover all the different financial responsibilities so you weren't maximizing your profits in slavery. So what this economist, I'm trying to think, I keep getting the name of his country. He was still an Edomite. But his whole mindset was, let's get the most out of these people. So let's give them a very low-level wage, a wage that's less than the maintenancing of each individual slave. Give him a lesser wage, and then force him to pay for his food that we control. Make him buy clothes that we offer to them, that we sell. Let them pay rent in our housing structures. Let them pay out of pocket medical. So now we're going to make more money off of these people by putting them in these homes, in these cities and communities that Shamshawan said they already redlined you, and they already classified you as low-level, poor, a slave.
disease.
So let's put you in ghettos and hoods, and then we own all the property over there. So we're going to make maximum profit off of rent, food, clothing, medical, versus us having to sit back and spend more money doing it all for these same people. This was the thinking of the British Empire. And all they did is use their navy, their naval influence, to start cutting off the slave trade. But ultimately, it was about how can we sit back here and make more profit off these slaves versus us sitting back here and bearing all the cost. Because the thing is this, if the system was set up right, they were still going to have to work for that wage. They should have come to us for the work.
Yep.
So why not give them jobs to keep our farms and our factories going, but let them pay for everything else.
And then we be landowners.
And we're landowners, but we can still look like the noble people while making more profit off of you than when we had you as slaves. Does that make sense? That was the thinking. It wasn't about love and we cared about the black man and the Chinese man and the Indian man. That was all a farce.
Yeah, and in the late 1800s, so-called Judah, white men called us niggas back then, right? We own 1%. We own half of 1% of the wealth of the United States of America. Half of 1% in the late 1800s. Now it's 2024. And guess how much, just the tribe of Judah, the so-called Negroes in America, guess how much or what percentage of wealth we own in the country as a whole? Half of 1%.
What about Shaq, man? What about the success story?
We still
What about
own,
Shaq
we
and all
own
these niggas pushing
half
Magic
of
Johnson.
1%
Yeah, Magic Johnson.
in the late 1800s, and now in the information age, the age of Google and Amazon, we still own half of 1% of the wealth of the nation. So this is white supremacy, and the basis of white supremacy is economics and survival. Going all the way back to Charles Darwin
And to justify oppression.
to justify.
But how can I address oppression while creating the image or that thought that you have an equal playing field, but not giving you an equal playing field?
I let you buy food from my restaurants
Huh?
versus saying the white only.
Or you can have your own restaurant, but where do you get your food from?
Yeah.
Listen, for any of y'all who own your own business, if you're an upstanding citizen who pays their taxes and fees, you get gouged. And there's very little profit that comes from owning your own business.
Yep.
Everybody, yeah, you're making all this money. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're working harder for it's called independence, but you're working harder than working for the so-called white man. And by the time you end up paying all your taxes, you have barely anything to show for it.
And the tax rate is high. While you got senators, politicians, billionaires, they got loopholes.
Yeah.
You look at Tesla, you look at Bill Gates, they don't pay taxes.
Yeah.
Microsoft, they don't pay taxes. They got
Apple
loopholes.
don't pay taxes.
Apple, they don't pay taxes. They got loopholes.
And then you sit back and see, you ever see those like
NFL.
Toms? You ever see Toms? We sit back here and we give the little African kids, and for every dollar for every shoe you buy, $1 goes to this Hamite kid in Somalia.
Yeah, right.
The funny thing is they have their factories out there anyway. So they're the only way to make money in this country is to ship out and outsource your work to get it done in another country.
Cheaper labor.
That's the only way. Cheaper labor, but you eliminate the taxes and all the what do they call it? The red tape
Yeah.
that you have to deal with to create a business out here.
All the bureaucracy.
So you make all your money, but then all the money that the profits they do have to report, you end up the money that you're giving out to these little African kids in whatever country, you're actually saving money because you'd be paying more money in the States on taxes if you reported more money. If you reported more income, you pay more taxes.
30%.
So if I sit back here and I send off some money over here, I actually earn more cash. Everything is computed to the penny. So it comes off like we care about these kids, but it's really the tax write-off is better for my bottom line that I send some money off and that there's a backdoor channel coming back to them anyway.
Yep.
They get some kind of deals from sending that money there. They get it back somewhere anyway.
Uh-huh.
They normally put it into a nonprofit.
Yep.
It's tied into a nonprofit. And who's to say all that money goes to these people anyway? More times than not, those nonprofits, there's ways to back channel money from nonprofits into people's what do you call it?
Trust funds.
Trust funds. That's the word. And it funnels from nonprofits to trust funds. So you don't see it, but it's there. It comes back to their family trust anyway.
Yep.
Everything's wrapped in litigation.
And when it's in a certain type of trust, you don't have to report the income.
That you don't. That's the point. The family trust, you don't report income. And you just stack the money in this family trust. You can't pull the money out. But guess what you can do?
You can borrow against
That's what, see, you beat me to the punchline. So I can stack $5 million into this family trust and pull the money off by a loan.
Yep.
And that way I can flip the $5 million into $20 million.
But I have the image to look like a philanthropist.
Yes.
I got the image to look like I'm a giver. I have the image that I care about the people. When in actuality, I'm getting tax write-offs. I'm hiding money in
and I'm earning money.
funds.
I'm making money off of it. That's the hustle.
You look at Epstein. As a business. He was a business financier, so he was able to overlook certain people's funds and tell them what to do with it. But he was able to borrow money from Chase. They don't tell you he borrowed like $135 million from Chase. Then they said, then they say we regret ever knowing him.
You gave them that money though.
Yeah. So all these big banks can lend money to a guy who they know.
But you get a regular person that owns a damn bakery and let him go to Chase and ask for money.
And this is why even the Dutch bank who lent money to Epstein
Wow.
And they just settled out of court because they knew where he was getting his money from.
Wow.
So they just settled out of court to
Dirty
people.
boys, huh?
So they know the underbelly of what's happening. They know the underworld, what's going on. But you got these guys look like they're philanthropists. They're giving, but they're extorting people from somewhere.
God.
They're extorting people and oppressing people somewhere.
And listen, who's to say? But those bank owners, they were partying at the island too.
They was at the islands too.
So you had leverage anyway.
Yep.
Because those were honeypots anyway. I don't know if you know what a honeypot is. Honeypot is you're invited to sit back here and party in these islands. You don't realize that all your dirty deeds are being recorded. And once they're recorded, what are you going to do?
Play ball.
You're going to play ball. That's how most of these people in the industry, they keep making albums, they keep recording, because if not, your stuff's going to come out and get leaked.
One verse on this real quick. Ecclesiastes 13:22 real quick.
Make a good album.
You better make a good album. You better keep making records.
You better make a hit.
You better get out number 10. You better get to number 10.
13:20.
Okay.
Ecclesiastes chapter 13 and verse 20.
Read that.
As the proud hate humility.
And this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the dynamic between the proud and how they and how the proud is opposite of humility. So, but also we understand that when there's pride, there's also oppression. There's also hate. There's also justification of eradication, elimination, extermination. Read on.
As the proud hate humility,
Go ahead.
so doth the rich abhor the poor.
It says, "So doth the rich abhor the poor." The rich hate the poor.
Verse, man. That was my verse from some Sunday, but Monday.
It's early, man. It's early.
Monday, you already pulled the Monday verse, man.
You started it. I
didn't
started. We had to go in.
Well, listen, since that verse was pulled out, look at the connection between.
Yeah,
Isn't it amazing?
I can't. I ain't my phone.
I'm like, wait a minute, I was going to pull that on Monday.
It said, "Oh, it ain't my fault."
So anyway, we're at 13-20, and it says, "The proud hate humility, and the rich abhor the poor." There is a connection between the pride and rich, proud and comfortable. The proud and the comfortable hate the inconvenience of dealing with the poor. The reason I say comfortable is because most of our people in this realm can't conceive rich. Because nobody here is rich. Nobody here is Epstein rich. Nobody here is elite rich. But you don't have to be elite rich to sit back here and abhor the poor. You don't have to be elite rich to abhor people that are lesser than you. But the connection between the proud, and the comfortable person and their disdain for the people who pull them out of their comfort is very similar. There's a connection there. When you're comfortable, when your life is easy, when you don't have stress, the responsibility of bills and pressure on you, and then you got to get pulled to people who need, your life has to be inconvenienced financially, and your time has to get cut. To sit back here and entertain people who are flawed and need your attention, who need your help,
The pull spirit.
that pull spirit, that's when you start seeing that pride in men now. See how that was where I was going to go, man.
That's good. That's a good class.
Sounds like it's something
That's
good bubbling up.
That's a good class.
That's a whole class. That's the point.
That's a whole class.
Because it's not just rich.
Yeah.
When you see rich, you're like, oh, that guy's got the money. He's on top. He's Magic Johnson. That's carnal rich. But then there's different levels of rich. And rich is just about comfort, ease. And the poor pull from a comfortable man's ease. You know the crazy thing is, you know what kills the rich man? I gotta cut. I had a trip to Bahamas this summer, but I gotta cut off that money that I had stashed for the Bahamas to help these poor people out. I gotta sit back here, and I'm always being pulled to help out these young men, but it's cutting off my money, or it's cutting off my time to do the leisure things that I want to do in my life.
Yeah.
Whether it's sporting events, whether it's the free time I want to sit back and enjoy my life, dealing with these poor people, these sick people, gets under my skin. Because I can't be comfortable living the life I live and have to be responsible for these Israelites every damn day long.
Kyle, please, right here. This is important.
Hey, bro, I didn't know. I didn't know.
What is
that?
Come on.
White man's burden.
Okay, I was going to read it. The white man's burden. A duty. I like her saying it better.
White man's burden.
It's more official when she says it, right?
If I say, "Oh, you this niggas think," niggas think this.
White man's burden.
Listen.
When Alexa says it, it's okay.
White man's burden.
She knows there's a problem. What is the?
White man's burden.
It says, a duty formerly asserted. It's a duty by white people to manage the affairs of non-white people whom they believe to be less developed. Is this not the whole issue that we're dealing with? The whole issue we're dealing with is this superior class, or this ruling class.
Air quote.
This ruling class has to assert the affairs of the underdeveloped.
But that kills their high. That kills their buzz.
I can't enjoy being rich.
I can't.
Let me be rich.
Because I got to sit back here and have you ever been to like Hollywood? Who's been to Hollywood in California? If you've been to Hollywood in California, you'll drive down on one street and say, man, this is immaculate. They have these comedy shows. They have these great restaurants. And it's on Sunset. Great venues. The houses, they're so cold. You know when you're in Cali and you see rich homes because there's no, you can't see the houses.
It's privacy.
It's just trees and foliage high as hell.
Yeah.
And you can't see anything but the foliage, right? Now, you go from there and you work your way all the way down the street. Then all of a sudden, block by block, the streets get dirtier and dirtier. And you got then you down the street on the line, then you have streetwalkers down the street. You have bums down the street. You have streetwalkers with beards. You know what that is. Mm-hmm. And you have seedy hotels, maybe 5 or 6 blocks down the street. What am I saying? I'm saying is the challenge of having rich and affluence right next to poor makes it very uncomfortable to live. And I know it's like that in New York and the majority of the big cities. Miami, having that blend of rich and poor and the challenges that come from operating with this level of affluence, and then having to sit back here and get pulled into these battles with the sick and people asking for money. One thing about LA is just you're going to get hit up for money. You stop at a light, you are going to get hit up. And you're going to get guys that come and sit back and wash your windows before you ask them to. Then they're going to look at you like, you going to pay me for what I just did? I'm like, no, I didn't ask you to do this. But anyway, there's my pride right there. But what am I trying to say? Is that clash of the poor and the clash of the people that have something is always an issue. But that pride, when you're comfortable, that always pulls you into giving more than you want. That dynamic and how we respond to that dynamic determines where our pride is at. Because if I'm comfortable, why shouldn't I be comfortable with being uncomfortable so that somebody else can flourish? This was the issue. See, I'm not going no more to it. Because it's going to tie into the class I was going to.
And that's the spiritual side that we can relate to. But on that point you're making, this is why Virgin Galactic from Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos with the Blue Origin, Tesla with the Falcon X rocket. This is why they're in a race to populate Mars. Because in the Mars colony, ain't no poor people gonna be there.
Yep.
They might have some butlers and some servants there if you good enough. But they're not. Their objective is to leave the earth behind, and they're not bringing poverty-stricken places, poverty-stricken people. They're not bringing these people to this new terraform. That's their goal. Ultimately, the Most High is not going to let that happen. Most High said, when thou set thy nest amongst the stars, then thou shalt be destroyed and brought down. But the objective is to populate Mars, to colonize Mars with just the elite. Remember these tickets that they're selling to go to float outer space, interstellar commercial travel, space travel. These tickets are $100,000 a piece. These are $200,000 tickets, $500,000 tickets. Not your average person can afford this space travel, living outside the Earth. Their objective is to separate on a war's point. Their objective is to separate themselves from the poor.
This burden of having to be integral so much.
They don't want to be tied in with the project living and project people. They want to enjoy their wealth in their own privacy.
They want to feel that
and
guilt.
to see the comfort.
And
this is why they have private islands. This is why they have private islands that you can only fly to
and this
a boat
is why
to.
what Esau normally does.
Right.
When you listen, this is how the city always worked. Back in the past, Esau used to be downtown, but then downtown got populated with our people. So where'd they go? They went to the suburbs. And when they had the suburbs, they made sure the bus routes didn't go out to the suburbs.
They call it white flight.
Exactly. And then all of a sudden, there's no bus routes out there. And then guess what happens when the bus route gets out there? What starts to happen? Houses get sold.
No, the element comes out there.
It's the element, but when that element kicks in, because the bus route's out there, then all of a sudden everybody starts moving a little further out. Then when they get so far out, they want to get back in town. Then they kick the black folks out from downtown.
Gentrification.
And then they kick them out to the outside. And then they make downtown lily white. When I went down on Houston Street, and I saw dog parks and dog stores and dog grooming stores on the east side.
When the potholes are gone.
Oh, it's potholes. That was cool. I was like, that's helping the black man out. But when I saw dog grooming centers on the east side, I was like, there's something wrong. Black folks don't take their dogs to get groomed. Get the grooming places. Get their nails cut. And listen, most black folks just sit back and take the medication and shoot themselves with the medication. Are they going to sit back here and spend $100 at HEB? No. Those are white folks to shoot them when you can take them for $15 and do it yourself?
They wait to a clinic, do free dog shots.
It's free. If it ain't free, G,
yeah.
It ain't. Cause you go to these HEBs on the white side of town, it's like a line of like 25 people with their dogs all controlled and proper, and they're spending $150 to get their shots for the season. Black folks, listen, where can I get that medication at? We're going to figure this shit out. Yep. If the medication don't go in...
You're gonna drop that pill in the dog mouth and close the mouth. You know what I'm saying? You better eat it. You better swallow it. You're sick of the dog. You better chew it. You better swallow it. You better stuff it down.
This is your last shot. Yeah. Is this a parvo?
Yeah.
So you better eat it.
Yeah, bro.
What's the point, though?
Dog parks.
Listen, when you start seeing dog grooming centers on the east side, I said, this is a white town. This is my side now.
You see Starbucks. You see farmers markets.
Yep.
You see dog grooming centers. That neighborhood is gone.
Yes.
That neighborhood is no longer $300 a month.
Exactly.
That neighborhood is now $1,800 for one bedroom.
Yes. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's over.
And them taxes is crazy.
And the taxes out of
everything's historical now. It wasn't historical 5 years ago.
I just want to get this one point.
Yeah, it wasn't historical 5 years ago. That's how they broke black folks. Yeah. They make it historical, but then you got to pay like $30,000 for the taxes annually.
Yep.
It's and then black folks can't pay.
Yep. That's true.
And they're out.
That's another way of hiking the taxes.
And that's how you run people out of their neighborhoods and out of their homes that they've had paid for years.
That was grandma's house.
You can't pay $30,000 a year for. Listen, there's certain districts you're paying like $20,000 a year for taxes, bro. I'm not even lying. And up. If you can't pay it, get them out. We're gonna bring some rich white folks who can.
Yep.
Anyway,
that's not gonna be your hood. But on the Nebuchadnezzar side,
thank you. We're gonna do the whole class on Monday. It's over. Right?
Yeah, this is gonna be part 2. It's gonna be pride. Yeah, do part 2 already. Pride. Yeah, it's pride part 2 on Monday.
Well, I gotta focus more on humility. I was trying to do pride and humility, man. We're gonna force it. It will be forced. We're gonna do this. Yeah, because the class is written. Anyway, I'm messing.
So, what we at? 13. Yeah. Give verse 21.
God, Ecclesiastes chapter 13 and verse 21. Mm-hmm. A rich man beginning to fall is held up of his friends.
And that's why, you know what? This is why when Epstein was recruiting young girls, he had over like 30 counts in Miami, West Palm Beach, wherever he was at. 30 counts of girls complaining that he was, sexually assaulting them. Yeah. But nobody was saying anything. Nobody was investigating anything. He had all these counts of these young girls, low as 14 years old, up to 20 years old, saying this man is as massage. He want personal massages, and he got us paying us to recruit other young girls. But nobody was saying nothing. Nobody said, "Oh, I know Epstein. Let me disconnect from Epstein." They thought it was going to be swept under the rug. Read on.
It says, a rich man beginning to fall is held up of his friends.
Read.
But a poor man being down is thrust also away by his friends.
Now let somebody poor do what Epstein has done.
See it.
There wouldn't have been 30 counts of sexual assaults.
Put him in jail.
It
It'd
been
have
one.
been 2 at the most.
Maybe two at the most.
2 at the most. He's out.
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
They got him out of
Get him
there
out
quick,
of
man.
Get this guy out of
You
here.
know what I'm saying? He wouldn't have had a track record where he did community service. I think Epstein did 1 year in jail, did some community service. They would let him right back out.
Slap on the wrist.
Slap on the wrist. But when let somebody poor do it, man, they throw him under the jail. Read on.
It says, when a rich man is fallen, he had many helpers.
Go ahead.
He speaketh things not to be spoken.
Go ahead.
Talk crazy.
He talk crazy, bro. But this is what you got. You got senators, politicians, you got royal figures, all visiting your island. Actors, musicians. Read on.
It says, and yet men justify him.
But yet, man, he's a good guy. I never saw that with him. I never saw that behavior. He's a great guy.
Great guy.
But this how they treat you. You're treated differently when you're on a lower economic scale. You know what I'm saying? And this is in history. This is not just a new thing in 2024. This is you look in history, everybody that has the luxury or the benefits of society look down on the lower classes. But they justify the elimination of the lower classes by economics. Those are just by classism, besides racism. You know what I'm saying? Read on. Or low test scores.
Yeah.
By intelligence. That intelligence war is just as bad as classism and racism.
Yep.
Saying that high IQ. You guys don't deserve to go to these schools because you belong to this zip code. That's how when you go to college, a lot of times bigger schools only allow a certain amount of people from certain zip codes to come into their school. Wow. So you could, if they know your zip code, then they could redline you. Okay, we're only taking 2 people from that zip code because they know what is the average income, medium income per capita per household for that zip code. Okay, that family only makes $50,000 a year per household, 2 income household. We're only taking 1 kid from that zip code.
Unless you can run a 4-2.
Unless you run 4-2.
4-2, 4-3. Come on,
Yeah.
son. We'll figure this out.
Or they'll even seen it
basket
where
weaving.
we even see where they'll buy you a house
English.
in Texas. They'll
0.5.
buy you a house in a new neighborhood so that you can go to them schools.
Yes, sir.
He look fast as hell. He like, oh,
Yeah.
I got a new house for you, mom. Like that's my son.
But you can't read though. Boy can't read.
That's real.
But he's in the Ivy League school.
That's real.
Because he running 4-2.
I saw the cat jumped, okay, wow.
Yeah.
He's in college.
Yeah.
This guy's Ivy League right here.
But you know that's how they do it. They'll take the benefits.
Yeah.
But they don't give a damn about you on the other side.
Yeah.
Read on. Finish that.
Says, a rich man beginning to fall is held up of his friends, but a poor man being down is thrust also away by his friends.
Last verse 22.
Verse 22. When a rich man is fallen, he has many helpers.
You got many helpers. Read on.
He speaketh things not to be spoken, and yet men justify him.
So pride, when you got people that's full of pride, they justify pride.
They're super predators.
Yeah, these are super predators, super criminals. They deserve extended prison sentences. They do the same crime that somebody with wealth do, but they get a slap on the wrist. They don't get the 25 to life sentence.
They have affluenza.
Yeah, exactly.
He killed her because he was so rich he couldn't control his anger.
Right.
So he has a case. They're gonna invent new medical terms.
Or he's in a prison where it's a privatized prison.
Yeah.
Like Maxine.
What her first name was with a G, like
What's the
Maxine
same?
Maxwell.
Yeah, whatever her name is.
Maxine Maxwell.
Yeah,
in these,
something like that.
In these country club prisons.
Yeah, she's in a prison
it's
where
called Club Fit.
she gets to jog every morning. She gets to be out of her cell. She gets to do like work related things. Let somebody poor do what she did. A pimp will get more time than she do.
Oh yeah, human traffickers for that.
Yeah, human trafficking. But he's showing you the difference of how the pride hates the poor, the rich hate the poor, but the pride hate the humble.
True.
There's a dichotomy that exists between them.
And the people that are comfortable hate being inconvenienced by the poor.
Yep.
They hate getting pulled. They hate getting their resources pulled. They hate losing their time. But that happens in Israel also. And if you tune in on Monday, we'll go into that. But let's sit back here and go back into the topic.
And Nebuchadnezzar knows. He knows about that. That's why Most High made him an animal.
Listen, but now we're past Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar's dead. He's under the ground. He got through his animal ways, and he rose back up, and he finished out his days, and he died. So now I need to explain this next phase because people use Daniel's chapter 5 and 6, and they use it to create doubt about the scriptures. Okay, based off of like the first couple verses in the historical terms of what's happened. And this is what I want to kind of explain. We're going to first of all read what Josephus talks about concerning what happened after Nebuchadnezzar died. Then we're going to sit back here and kind of go into the historical angle about the line and the succession after Nebuchadnezzar died. Okay? And I think it's important that we explain both sides, so if you deal with somebody on the outside, you'll know how to kind of address these discrepancies. So, let's go to Josephus, book 10, chapter 11, paragraph, I believe it is 2. Shoot. Let me see. Yes, that's where we're going to go. And let's read that, sir. Pariah. Matter of fact, did you get saluted in yet? Let's get you in real quick.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Shala.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Shala.
And match him. What?
Yahweh Shem Yahshua B'Gitah.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua B'Gitah.
Yes, Patah. All right. So we're going to go into what Josephus says first. Then we're going to go into historically what's being explained. Let's do that.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 10, chapter 11, paragraph 2, page 282. It says, but now, after the death of Nebuchadnezzar, evil Merodach.
Evil Merodach. I don't know why the hell this nigga's name is evil, but it's evil. Who want to be called evil Merodach? But anyway, let's keep going. Evil Merodach succeeds Nebuchadnezzar. Read on.
It says, evil Merodach, his son, succeeded in the kingdom, who immediately set Jeconiah at liberty.
Jeconiah, he was King Jeconiah. Remember when he was 18 and Nebuchadnezzar came and stormed the city?
Yep.
And he was at the gates of Jerusalem, and Jeconiah and his mama and them was with him. And he said he gave up his position and let them in hopes that his peaceful gesture would save the people. And Nebuchadnezzar said he promised that he wouldn't sit back here and do any harm if he let him into the but of course his fingers were crossed. And he went in there and he sat back here and ransacked it, and that was the second wave of them pulling Israelites back to Babylon. And Jeconiah got sent to Babylon, and the scripture said he remained there until evil Merodach left him out or brought him out. So read paragraph 2 again.
But now, after the death of Nebuchadnezzar, evil Merodach, his son, succeeded in the kingdom, who immediately set Jeconiah at liberty.
Let's sit back here and find that verse. It is Jeremiah 52. What is a couple of them? Let's do Jeremiah 52. verse 31 through 34. Jeremiah 52, verse 31 through 34.
Come. Jeremiah chapter 52 and verse 31. And it came to pass in the 7th and 30th year of the captivity of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, in the 12th month, in the 25th day of the month, that evil Merodach, king of Babylon, in the first year of his reign, lifted up the head of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and brought him forth out of prison, and spake kindly unto him, and set his throne above the throne of the kings that were with him in Babylon.
So evil Merodach took care of Jehoiakim. And it kind of goes into more specifics in the Josephus, but read on.
And changed his prison garments, and he did continually eat bread before him all the days of his life. And for his diet, there was a continual diet given him of the king of Babylon. Every day, a portion unto the day of his death, all the days of his life.
So really, he was in jail for 37 years. Because he came into power, and the first year he came into power, within 3 months, he got kicked out. So, for the 37th year of his reign, that means it was the 37th year of his prison sentence. Okay? And he got brought out. So, let that go and go back to Josephus.
Come.
Read it from the top again.
Come. But now, after the death of Nebuchadnezzar, evil Merodach, his son, succeeded in the kingdom, who immediately set Jeconiah at liberty, and esteemed him amongst his most intimate friends. He also gave him many presents, and made him honorable above the rest of the kings that were in Babylon. For his father had not kept his faith with Jeconiah.
And he didn't keep his word with Jeconiah. Read on.
When he voluntarily delivered up himself to him with his wives and children.
And mother. Read on.
And his whole kindred, for the sake of his country, that it might not be taken by siege and utterly destroyed, as we said before. It says, when evil Merodach was dead, after a reign of 18 years, Negusar, his son, took the government.
So listen. So what Josephus says is evil Merodach was in power for 18 years. And then he died. And then his son, Negusar, took over the leadership of the Babylonian Empire. Historically, the kingdom of Babylon declined after Nebuchadnezzar was in power. Okay? Now let's continue. Matter of fact, we're going to read through this and then we'll stop midway. Keep going.
Right. It says, Negusar, his son, took the government and retained it 40 years, and then ended his life. And after him, the succession in the kingdom came to his son, Labosar Dacus. Labosordicus.
Yeah, Labosordicus. That's fine.
Labosordicus, who continued in it in all but 9 months.
Okay.
And when he was dead, it came to
Belshazzar,
who by the Babylonians was called Nabo-Andalus.
Yes. Now,
Nabo-Andalus.
Now listen, these are Greek written names. Now, the names are similar when we read into the other history books, but I'm not worried about necessarily how the names were spelled.
Yeah.
I guess the discrepancy is in Josephus explains that Nebuchadnezzar, evil Merodach, Negusar, and Labosordicus, and Belshazzar, whose other name was Nabonidus, they were all of the family line and bloodline of Nebuchadnezzar. Now, what they say in the history books is a little different, or a lot different. And I'm going to read this. This is a Bible Knowledge Commentary. It says, the events recorded in Daniel's 1 through 4 pertain to the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, who expanded and united the Babylonian Empire. Nebuchadnezzar died in 562 BC after ruling 43 years, since 605 BC. The ensuing years of the Babylonian history till its overthrow by King Cyrus of Persia in 539 BC were marked by progressive deterioration, intrigue, and murder. Nebuchadnezzar was succeeded by his son Evil-Merodach, who ruled for 2 years. This is another where it doesn't make sense. I'm going to sit back here and stick to Josephus, because Josephus also talks about a lot of the foundation of what he was talking about comes from the Greek the histories that backed what he was saying. What Esau says is that Evil-Merodach lasted for 2 years. Okay, then it says Evil-Merodach was murdered in August of 560 by Neriglissar. Neriglissar is what we just read in the Josephus as Neglissar. Same guy. Okay, and it says Nebuchadnezzar's son-in-law. Matter of fact, Nebuchadnezzar's son-in-law and Evil-Merodach's own brother-in-law. So what they say is, Evil-Merodach's sister's husband killed him for power. Josephus says Neglissar was the son of Evil-Merodach. I don't want to get too confusing with it.
Right.
But you see, history Josephus says it was Nebuchadnezzar, Evil-Merodach, then his son Neglissar. History says it was Nebuchadnezzar, Evil-Merodach, and then Evil-Merodach's sister's husband killed Evil-Merodach 2 years after he got in power, his brother-in-law. Okay?
I want to bring this up. Josephus, book 1, chapter 5, paragraph 3. Book 1, chapter 5. Let me see. Book 1, chapter 3, paragraph 9, and start at line 107.
Book 1.
Book 1, chapter 3.
Okay, paragraph what?
Paragraph 9.
Okay, cool.
And line 107.
Page 35.
Yep, page 35.
Come.
At the top left, read that. When it says now.
Now, I have for witnesses.
So now, we got to understand Josephus' time frame. When Josephus was writing his histories, his chronicles, a lot of these books were still alive. Remember, a lot of the writings didn't get destroyed. We know about the Library of Alexandria, which is one of the most expansive libraries ever, that was destroyed and burnt down.
Yep.
But there were still a lot of chronicles and a lot of histories that were still alive during the time that Josephus wrote his histories and his antiquities. Read on. That's why Josephus says what? Now I have for what?
Witnesses.
Go ahead.
To what I have said.
He said, these are the witnesses where I get my information from pertaining to Babylonian history, or whether it's Greek history, or whether it's Egyptian history. Read on.
All those that have written antiquities.
Read on.
Both among the Greeks.
He said, I have as a witness those books surviving from the Greeks. What else?
And barbarians.
Go ahead.
For even Manetho, who wrote the Egyptian history.
He said, I have the writings of Manetho available. Read on.
And Berosus.
He said, I have the writings of Berosus available. And what did Berosus write?
Who collected the Chaldean monuments.
He says, who collected the Chaldean monuments. So when you look at a lot of the writings of the Babylonians, the writings of the Greeks, Josephus had those available to him. Yes, sir.
By monuments, does he mean books?
Monuments or clay tablets. Because remember, things were written on clay tablets. You had cuneiform tablets that survived as well. Ancient Sumerian tablets that the British got in the British Museum. But you also got writings that survived that Josephus said he had available. Read on.
And Mochus and...
You said Moko? You said Moko?
Mohus and Hestius.
Yeah, Hestius.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And besides these, Hieronymus.
Yep.
Hieronymus the Egyptian, those who composed the Phoenician history.
He says, so Josephus, when he wrote the Antiquities, he had all these other documents available to him. So that's why it's kind of good that we read the Josephus, because he was most connected with those histories, those antiquities that's available, so that the stories kind of intertwine.
And it's so important that you brought that out, even because these type of discrepancies is what Esau says, and they use to justify why the Bible isn't valid. These are just stories. These are fiction. These are non-fictional stories, because you can't, because Esau's so mechanical. If all the dates and the years don't line up perfectly, then they don't want to sit back here and acknowledge it as canon. And a lot of times, Daniel's and a lot of the books are attacked. Their validity is attacked for little ticky-tack scenarios like this. And this is why I'm taking the time to explain it, because if you do ever, or this is while you're explaining Daniel's 5 and 6, somebody might, a quote-unquote historian or a person that is learned might sit back and try to check you on it, and check you on the technicalities to justify or to even challenge the validity of the scriptures in general. And this is why you need to know at least both. We're going to go with the Josephus because it's an older time, older writings, and like Shamshwan said, it's more connected to the histories that were available back in those times.
And also, when you read about Berosus, he was actually a Babylonian priest.
Mm-hmm. So he would know more than anything.
He would know more, and that's why a lot of the writings of the Babylonian history don't even survive. They're not even in circulation. They might be in something in the Vatican somewhere, but who knows? But a lot of those books didn't survive. But that's why Berosus' his writing of Chaldean history is so important, because he was a priest himself, and he was able to recall his history off the top of his head.
First-hand source.
Yeah, he was a first-hand source. So that's why it's good to trust what Josephus is bringing out, because he had those writings available to him.
Exactly. So once again, we take our time to explain both sides, because you need to know where they're going to come at you so you can respond to them properly. Okay? So,
Go back.
yes, now we're back at the BKC. We're going to stick with Nebuchadnezzar's family timeline, that his familial line kept the dynasty. That's what we're going to stick to. Nebuchadnezzar, evil Merodach, Neriglissar, after 18 years of evil Merodach being in power. In comparison to what history says, where it was Nebuchadnezzar, evil Merodach for 2 years, then his brother-in-law killed him, Neriglissar. Okay? Then in that same writing, this is where it's a stretch. He says, Neriglissar, he is Nergal Sharezer, mentioned in Jeremiah 39. You can't prove it. Those two names don't even fit. So what he's saying is, one of the captains of Nebuchadnezzar's army, when they came and ransacked Jerusalem in 586 BC, was the same guy that ended up taking power down the line.
Oh, you're talking about the one that burned the temple.
One of the guys that burned the temple
temple
and killed the priestly, not the priestly, but the royal family with Zedekiah and them.
Yeah.
I don't even want to go into it because it's hard to prove the names aren't even the same. So, but this is what quote-unquote history is. They're fighting to tie into something that they don't have access to. Okay? To prove their narrative. And it says, at his death, he was succeeded by his younger son, Labashai Marduk, who ruled only 2 months before he was assassinated, and succeeded by Nabonidus, who reigned 17 years. Then it says, Nabonidus did much to restore the glory that belonged to Babylon under the reign of Nebuchadnezzar. Yada, 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 yada. Okay. Then it says, Belshazzar was Nabonidus' eldest son, and was appointed by his father to be a co-regent, or to control the city of Babylon, the country of Babylon. So what history says is, Nabonidus, which was not of kin to Nebuchadnezzar, he ran the Babylonian Empire, but he had his son be the proxy or the regent of the area while he faded back in the background. That's what history likes to say. I don't want to go there, but you need to know that they try to explain that the family line isn't intact, and that's going to make more sense when we get to chapter 6. because Belshazzar name drops constantly about his father Nebuchadnezzar, or his lineage connected to Nebuchadnezzar. But Esau likes to refute that and say, nah, he wasn't of kin to Nebuchadnezzar. Just keep that in mind. I don't want to get too deep into it. I might already did. But you just need to know when people, sometimes you go over this history and certain pundits are going to sit back and attack it. And you got to be prepared for that. So let's get back to Josephus. But this is the line of thinking we're going to stick to. Start at when evil Merodach died.
God. It says, so when evil Merodach died. Okay, yeah. 231, right?
Yeah.
God. Line 231. It says, when evil Merodach was dead, after a reign of 18 years, Negusar, his son, took the government and retained it 40 years, and then ended his life.
Meaning he died. Read on.
And after him, the succession in the kingdom came to his son, Labasordicus, who continued in it all but 9 months. And when he was dead, it came to Belshazzar, who by the Babylonians was called Nabonidus.
So what they're saying is Belshazzar and Nabat, who we're going to read in chapter 5, it's not even 6, it's 5. Belshazzar is Nabonidus. They're saying he's the same guy. So we're going to stick to the fact that he's saying he's the same guy. Read on.
Against him did Cyrus, the king of Persia.
Stop. Let me see. Matter of fact, read on.
Line 232. Against him did Cyrus, the king of Persia, and Darius, the king of Media, make war.
So, what's happening now? From chapter 4 to chapter 5, it's a big jump in years. Okay? From 4 to 5 is a big jump in years. 4 deals with the end of Nebuchadnezzar. Now we're getting to Belshazzar, which is the very end of the Babylonian Empire. Okay? Let's go to Daniel's 5 and 1. So what's happening is, before we even jump and read it, at the time that Daniel's chapter 5 is written, backdrop-wise, the Persian and Mede Empire is on the doorsteps of invading Babylon, the city of Babylon, and invading their empire. That's important to understand too. They're at the point where they're about to invade the Babylonians and take them out permanently. Okay, matter of fact, read this part in Josephus real quick. Yeah. Against him that did Cyrus.
God, it says, against him did Cyrus, the king of Persia, and Darius, the king of Media, make war.
So they're making war with Belshazzar at this time. And Babylon is being besieged at this very moment. Read on.
It says, and when he was besieged in Babylon, there happened a wonderful and prodigious vision.
So as they were being besieged, listen, when a country is besieging, what is the Spirit telling you?
War's approaching.
It's almost over. If a country is being besieged, when you sat back and read about the Hebrews, when we were getting besieged and we were in the right frame of mind, what were we doing? We were praying. We were fasting. We were sending our supplications to the Heavenly Father. Am I right or wrong? When we were in the right spirit, we were sitting back here praying, fasting, asking the Most High to come through for us. That's the frame of mind of a people that is clear-minded and ready to do whatever it takes to please the Heavenly Father.
Plus, they had the prophecy that they would only be in Babylon for 70 years.
Yes.
So that prophecy, they still had the prophecy knowing that Babylon wasn't a permanent thing. It was only a 70-year process.
Yes. So, but in their mind, like most kingdoms, they think their power is going to be forever. I just want to make sure we understand the backdrop about what's going to happen before we even go further in this chapter. So, they're under the impression that everything's good. But the Persians are right there ready to break them. Okay? Matter of fact, I want to read this point too. It said, No, let's read. Let's read verse 1 and down. Let's try to find the right timing for the whole thing. Read this.
Daniel chapter 5 and verse 1. Belshazzar, the king, made a great feast to 1,000 of his lords, and drank wine before the 1,000.
Do you think this is the appropriate time to have a party? To have a banquet? He said, we're going to pour up all 1,000 of the lords, all my rich friends and kinfolk. We're going to have a party because ain't nothing going to happen to us.
But you got the Persian Mede Empire on your doorstep.
They're on your doorstep prepping to besiege your country.
Yeah.
And you're having a party? What type of mind are you in? That's the point. Now we're going to read this in the BKC, Bible Knowledge Commentary. Babylon was being besieged by the Persian army, led by Ukbaru, governor of Gutium, while Belshazzar inside the city was giving a great banquet for 1,000 of his nobles. Belshazzar's name means Bel has protected the king. Perhaps the banquet was given to show Belshazzar's contempt for the Persians and to allay his people's fears. So it goes into how archaeologists have found this huge banquet hall space in the city of Babylon. But what's the point I'm trying to say? They're partying, trying to sit back and let everybody know everything's okay. Babylon's not going to fall. The kingdom's not going to fall. All of your stresses, there's no need to stress. Everything's good to go. Okay? Now, read verse 2.
Verse 2. Belshazzar, while he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple which was in Jerusalem.
Now he's starting to cross the line even more. Like, we're partying. I want to sit back here and show that everything's okay. Even though these Persians are circling around our city, our walls are tight, our fortifications will hold. We have enough food and supplies to party and not stress out. So let me sit back here and rest assured to all the nobles that have responsibilities in these provinces not to stress. We're going to weather through this and everything's going to be okay. And we're going to sit back and take all of the notable items that my father, which means his direct line, whether his grandfather, great-grandfather, it doesn't matter. What Nebuchadnezzar is saying, his bloodline, family line, Nebuchadnezzar, took out all of these golden priestly items that was in the, that was in the temple. We're going to sit back and party and drink wine with the best china. That's what they're saying. We're going to get the best gold, the best artifacts, and drink to that.
It's a slap in the Most High's face,
That's
too.
the point.
Because,
that's where I was going.
Because you're partying with stolen vessels.
Good.
That actually belong to the sanctuary.
Kinda.
That our people was do our sacrifices and ceremonies to the Most High. But you're gonna use that as the chinaware, silverware to party with.
We're gonna bring the best china out. We're gonna bring the best china out.
The brass lavers, all that.
And you're gonna sit back and see how it was even a further spit in the Most High's face based on how it was used. Read on.
It says that the king and his princes, his wives, and his concubines might drink therein.
Listen, the wives, the concubines, his wives, his girlfriends, everybody gonna sit back here and drink this. We gonna pour up tonight.
2000.
Yes. Read on.
Verse 3. Then they brought the golden vessels that were taken out of the temple of the house of the Most High, which was at Jerusalem.
So they're taking all the items from the temple out. Read on.
And it says, and the king and his princes, his wives, and his concubines drank.
Women weren't supposed to be drinking of these items, Only one family of the Levites were supposed to be touching this. Yeah. Read on.
They drank wine and praised the gods of gold.
Now they're sitting back here praying to other idols with these sacred items that the Most High reserved only for us.
Yeah.
Only for the priest. Read on.
And of silver, of brass, of iron, of wood, and of stone.
Well, now we're going to sit back and read in the BKC. It says, the banquet itself showed Belshazzar's contempt for the power of men. Then to show his contempt for the power of the true God. Because, first of all, he didn't respect the fact that the Persians were right on his doorstep. So he had a lack of seriousness and urgency about his current situation. And he had a contempt for the Heavenly Father, the invisible God. Why would you sit back here and touch those items? His daddy never did it. You're sitting back here talking about Nebuchadnezzar. He wasn't sitting back here and touching those items and drinking and pouring it up with all his people, serving other gods with those items. There was no respect for the Most High, no respect for his condition. And this is what just these 3 verses explained. You had the Persians at the doorstep of taking you out, and you're laughing and smiling like nothing happened, like nothing is happening. Okay? Then it says, he ordered that the gold and silver goblets that Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple in Jerusalem be brought to the banquet hall so the assembled revelers might drink from them. In drinking, the people honored the gods of Babylonian idols made of gold, silver, bronze, iron, and wood and stone. Let me see. The whole point is he didn't have any type of respect for his situation and condition, and it was a spit in the Most High's face. The Most High even gave them that opportunity. But it also showed how there was just a diminishing of the caliber of rulers that led to the Babylonian fall. Okay?
Yeah, and they didn't. It's no different than Esau today taking ancient burial grounds that belonged to Gad and Simeon and Reuben, and building highways over them, or taking ancient burial grounds and putting a parking lot over it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? No respect for the culture that existed prior to them. It's just pride. We don't care about your ancient ceremonies or your ancient burial grounds or your ancient mounds. We won't even honor that as a historical site. We'll build a neighborhood right over it, or we'll put a dam right through it, or we'll drown it like they do a lot of old black towns in America, where they're sitting under lakes. They've been dammed and blocked up. You don't even know that was a black community.
Yep.
No, all them towns are flooded out. But that's what pride will do.
And also, what you also see is, it's very difficult to get Belshazzar to have the same mindset that Nebuchadnezzar had. Nebuchadnezzar and his father were raised in a war-torn environment where you had to fight for every inch, every foot of ground that you had. You had to fight for it, and in the day that you sit back and put your foot off the gas, you lose everything.
And then if you look at what Nebuchadnezzar went through, being turned into a sloth bear from like we went over last week.
Yeah.
He said eventually, he acknowledged, man, that it's the Most High that ruleth in the kingdom of men. Mm-hmm. He had to acknowledge that, but his son had no idea. His son was detached from that. His great-grandson was detached from that.
And he was detached. He was detached from a relationship with the Heavenly Father, and he was detached from just simple a warframe mindset. You could tell he was all about comfort and luxury.
Leisure.
And his daddy, his great-great-grandfather, and Nabopolassar, which was Nebuchadnezzar's father, they were raised fighting these Assyrians.
Yep,
fighting for their territory. Then fighting to take out the Assyrians. Then fighting to take out the Egyptians. Then fighting to take out the Jews. Then taking out Moab, Ammon, Edom, Philistia. All these countries, they had to fight brick for brick to get these lands. They understand what it took to get their empire. These guys didn't. This is kind of the fear even for trying to keep the nation and the camps afloat. Because a lot of the young generation don't understand what it takes to keep a school alive, keep a camp alive, keep the right spiritual traditions alive. Because they never experienced what we went through in the 90s, what we went through in the 2000s. They don't know. All they know is now. And it's hard to teach a person these things unless they've been through it. This guy Belshazzar, all he knew was peace. All he knew was no war. All he knew that everything was okay. He never understood that you had to fight for everything you had. So it just shows that gradual decline based off how men were developed and made. What you had to go through to get you from A to Z. So this guy is sitting back here comfortable in silk linen robes all his life, never had to touch a sword. So now he's comfortable telling everybody everything's going to be okay, has a lack of respect for his great-grandfather's accomplishments, and now the Mosai is going to come and start to sting him.
And you grow effeminate and weak as a culture when you're not war hardened. And you're not hardened by battles. You're not battle tested.
Kind of.
That's what makes the Ukrainians this is what makes the Ukrainians formidable opponent to the Russians.
Kind of.
Because they've been fighting wars. They were fighting for Russia for years.
Kind of.
The Russians were always using the Ukrainians as part of their fighting force. But now to be an opponent, these guys are some tough, war hardened guys. That's hard to defeat.
Brother, see, now you brought me into that one now. Because the funny thing is this. Everything you said was correct, and that was why NATO and the United States had so many high hopes that the Ukrainian army could break the Russians. The problem is the Ukrainian army has gone through at least 3 armies already. They've gone through 3 groups of armies. Now you got just women and teenagers and people who have mental issues. That's all you got left. And everybody else left. The problem is now Russia has gone through all those armies. Who's left now? Germany, France. I don't know if you've been hearing on the news. They had a gathering at Davos for the World Economic Forum. And while they're in Davos, they're letting people know, listen, Latvia, Estonia, Germany, get yourselves ready for war. They're not stopping. They're going to keep this going. Now the rest of Europe has got to get ready for the next wave. There's reports that Avdiivka, which is close to Kharkov, which is east of Ukraine, is about to get sacked any day now. Once Avdiivka is taken out, they're going to go take out Kharkov, and now Putin's like, listen, there's a possibility that they're going to take and invade Kiev, which is the heart, which is the capital city of Ukraine. Once Kiev falls, and Kherson region, which is the southwest part of Ukraine, is taken out, now it's all systems go later on down the line.
Straight to Europe.
Now listen, they weren't going to do it, but as long as if Germany has to build up for war, if the first thing they have to do, they have to secure Kaliningrad, which is a space that's on the west of Estonia and Latvia. They're telling Estonia and Latvia, which is north of Belarus, I know I'm just throwing out names, get ready, prepare everything you got to sit back here and stop Russia.
And Belarus is with Russia.
I know that. But the problem is this it's called a Suwalki corridor, is what connects Kaliningrad, which is Russia, from Russia. They're going to cut that corridor off that cuts off a portion of the Russian people from the rest of Russia. What it's going to do is force Russia, like the scripture says in Ezekiel 38, to keep that hook's drawing them out even further. They don't want to sit back here and go west, but they're getting forced to go west. So once Ukraine falls, Britain is talking about, listen, prepare for war. Everybody is preparing for war in Europe. So they're going to keep goading Russia into going further west. It's happening. This war is happening. People just don't feel the repercussion of it yet.
And North Korea just tested a solid state ICBM, that a new weapon now that can reach even further, that has a solid state fuel cell that's a hypersonic missile now. Really? So now North Korea has developed hypersonic missiles.
And you know what? All that means is the countries in the Far East are even more neutralized. The wars are coming. I'm talking about the heavy wars are coming. Once Europe gets thrown in there, the United States is coming down there.
Yep.
All these, even the United States bombing these Houthis is a waste of damn time. There's just more wars. This is wars, rumors of wars. This is what this is. The rumor is about to come to reality.
But we got people over here sipping lattes.
Just like Belshazzar was.
Yeah.
Sitting back here drinking wine, pouring it up, having fun, not realizing the whole world's about to turn upside on its ear. Yeah. And we're not ready for it. The nation ain't ready for it. And this is also what the Most High is showing A lot of times when the kingdom's about to fall, they don't even realize they're about to fall.
We trying to make it through a hard freeze. You know what I'm saying? We stacking water up for a hard freeze, not realizing what it's like to live without electricity or water or power for a long period of time.
These Russians are battle tested. They're fighting in below degree temperatures out there now. Right? You know, their whole thing is this: you can fight when the roads are completely frozen. So they're cool with fighting now. The problem is out there, you just can't fight when the roads are muddy and it's sloshy. But now it's completely frozen. How cold is it for everything to be frozen? You're fighting in below degree temperatures. Fighting. And what about our military? They're smiling. There's a mixing of genders. Yep. How many women going to sit back here and take guns and go to war against these men? Right. How do you think that's going to work out? Seriously.
You had Iran. You had.
Can you imagine a 5'5" woman sitting back here, and her and a man are out of weapons, and they got to go hand-to-hand combat?
No.
What's going to happen? What do you think? What do you think war is?
There'll be some surrendering.
That's what's going to happen. The best of NATO's army is gone. They're talking about restocking and reing up in 2025. 2 years? Or a year and a half now? It's not enough time. This is not going to go well. But that same oblivious thinking, when you can sit back here, they're talking about taking Russia's $300 billion that they were holding into their SWIFT accounts and is taking it to fund the war. If they do that, the rest of the world is going to sit back here and say, we can't trust these guys for nothing. That was neutral money. Now you're going to take that $300 billion that you froze to sit back and buy more weapons to fight Russia? Like I said, man, this thing is getting real bad. And the only reason I'm bringing this out is because that walking around and drinking and banqueting like everything's cool
like you
is the same thing that is happening in chapter 5. There's banqueting and there's laughing and there's smiling. We're sitting back have no respect for the Most High, acting like nothing's going to go wrong when they're right at the precipice of everything falling apart. That's how it's going to be. That's how it is now.
Matthew 17.
That's how it's been. Yeah.
Luke 17.
Read it. You got it?
Yeah. Luke 17, real quick. Start at verse 27. Verse 26.
Luke chapter 17 and verse 27.
26.
26. It says, and as it was in the days of Noah.
He said Christ prophesied that in the end time it's going to be the same way as it was in the days of Noah. Read on.
So shall it be also in the days of the Son of Man.
Right before Christ come back, it's going to be the same thing. What is the mentality and the temperament of the people going to be like? Read on.
They did eat.
They're going to be doing what?
Eat.
All people going to be doing is just partying. They're going to be eating, stuffing their faces, indulging, partaking in whatever pleasure they can find. Yep. They said they're going to be eating, and what else?
They drank.
And they're going to be drinking. Same thing that Nebuchadnezzar's grandson is doing. Drinking while the war is right on your doorstep. Yep. You're just indulging yourself in your pleasure, not realizing that there's a monumental change about to come. Yep. He said they ate, they drank, and what?
They married wives.
And what does it mean to get? You got to hook up to marry.
Yep.
So that's my whole mind. I'm partying, I'm eating, and I'm trying to hook up.
Yep.
I'm trying to link up with somebody. That's your whole mind. Don't you realize what's coming upon you? But your whole mind is occupied with partying, indulgence, and hooking up with somebody, chasing somebody.
Bro, listen, they were doing that also when the war first started in Kiev, which is the capital city. All the rich Ukrainians were dancing and partying the little Euro. They were enjoying themselves out.
Yeah.
Like do hot, bitch. I don't know what the hell that's saying.
Yeah.
Like, what are they saying?
They had a song
What's
called,
going on here?
Yuva.
But I don't know what they're saying, but they're jamming out in their Euro way out. But their compatriots, the poor of their country, are dying and getting their jaws are being shot off out. I'm not even lying at. People are hearing that war, they're dying. When I saw some pictures of these 3 Ukrainians in war, and there was a medic that came in and was helping them out. Half this guy's jaw was blown off, and all this guy could say is, "I'm effed up. I'm effed up. Just kill me, brother. Just kill me, brother. I can't do this, man." His arm, his leg was all shot off, bleeding, and the guy said, "Listen, man, no, I'm not gonna let you die. If you die after I do this, then fine. But I'm gonna do my job." So he tied up all these parts of his body, and when they put these tourniquets on you, they tie them so tight, everything below the tourniquet got to get cut off. He tied off his leg, 2 arms, and this guy's mouth was cut off, blown off from shrapnel. This guy was, and they showed it was gory. It was the worst thing ever. I'm like, that's war, bro.
Not the movies.
That's not fun TV crap, bro. And the guy, even his answer, I felt, I was like, man, I get it. He says, man, kill me, brother. Because he's some rugged dudes, huh? He wasn't crying. He wasn't all weak. He said, man, kill me. Kill me. He's like, no, I'm not going to kill you. We're going to get through this. I was like, damn. Can people in America even be conceptualize that out? And 3 of them were all late. 2 of them were in shock. They were like, what happened? Then what happened? But their whole body was jacked up. Pieces of meat hanging out. Bones, shrapnel out. I was like, that's war, bro. It was the worst thing ever.
And you worry about the PS5.
That's my point.
Yeah.
PS5. Drake albums.
Yeah.
Music. Having fun. Going to the club. When people is dying, and the Russians, listen, the Russians are preparing. They said every month they're getting 30,000 new fighters. They're going to have 1.5 million fighters, I would say, probably by the summer. A 1.5 million army, and what they're saying is the death rate of the Russians, they're only at around 50,000. The the Ukrainians at 500,000. This is why the media always portrays it like Russia has been sitting back here. They're getting their tails whipped. They're not going and taking all this land. Russia's like, we don't want the land. We're not trying to get Kiev. We just want to eliminate this army. So they're just killing and knocking down. They said the Russians were gaining 30 to 40,000 new conscripts a month. They said in 2023, the Ukrainians lost 30 to 35,000 men a month. How about that? Look at those numbers.
Yep.
35,000 to 40,000 a month, and that's not including injuries that can't get you to go back into the field.
And the Russians were
35,000 deaths,
and they were using their prisoners.
Yeah,
They were using the Wagner Group, which is prison population.
Well, I'm gonna say this: the Wagner Group. I'm gonna say this: they used the Wagner Group when they fought in Bakhmut. But when the war expanded out, they used Wagner in time to get the rest of their soldiers trained and ready. So now they're about to have 1.5 million. Why are they getting ready at that number? They got to fight NATO. They're going to fight the entire United States and NATO. So just like the scripture says, 5-6 of their army is going to be spread out across the globe. Now I can see it. 1.5 now. You think they're going to stop? They'll be at 2 to 2.5 million in no time. Battle tested 2.5 million.
With the help of Africa?
Well, with the help of Africa, with the help of China. Well, I'm going to say China going to help in their way. Financing and military production. But you got Iran. They're gearing up. They're going to have help. They don't got to go to the Middle East right now. They got to take out NATO. They're going to take out the entire NATO, and NATO don't have any more weapons. They don't have any more weapons. They blew all their money and their weaponry to sit back to bet on Ukraine. To bet on Ukraine. And it didn't work out. So now all their weapons are low. They're out. What are they going to do when now that red wave starts going all the way to Britain? There's not enough fighters. The funny thing is, Britain sat back here and made a pact on paper to sit back here and supply the Ukrainians with more weapons. But they don't take the catch to Britain continuously funding the Ukrainian army is that the Ukrainians have to fight for them if they're needed. Why would they put that in the clause? Because they don't have enough military personnel to deal with Russian invasion. So they got to bring these battle-tested Ukrainians that have been wiped out. 500,000 men are dead. Half a million are dead. And the majority of the men that are left from Ukraine already left different countries. Listen, bro. No more Ukraine talk. What's my point? Sometimes the people that are in power don't know it's over until they're in chains. And they're captives and they're captors. This is what happened with Israel and Jerusalem. We didn't realize it was over until they were getting beheaded and shot and killed for Zedekiah's pride. They didn't realize it was over until it was in chains, on their knees, ready to get executed. And this is what's happening with Belshazzar right here. So, with that tone being set.
One more verse right here.
Okay.
On that. Read that. Finish that in Luke.
Luke chapter 17 and verse 27. They did eat, they drank, they married wives. They were given in marriage until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and the flood came and destroyed them all.
Read on.
Likewise, also, as it was in the day of Lot, they did eat.
They did same. People do the same thing when the tide's about to turn throughout history. People act like the problem is not as big as it is. They downsize the threat. People do that in history. It's no big deal. Everything's going to be okay. Read on.
Likewise, also, as it was in the days of Lot, they did eat.
The same thing. They eat. What else?
They drank.
Same thing. They drank. What else?
They bought.
What? What? They bought what? Go ahead.
They sold.
Go ahead.
They planted.
So they think about business. I'm thinking about business. I got to get my business going.
Growing my business.
Growing my business. Expanding my business. I got to look at leveraging time so I can leverage time for money. You know, I have more time doing the things that I want to do. I got to get my business off the ground. I'm buying. I'm selling. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm getting my stuff together.
I don't got time for the poor.
Yep.
I don't got time for the needy.
I got to get myself together.
Yep.
I got to get on my feet. But that everybody's occupied with that self-indulgence. Read on.
They built it.
They did. I'm thinking about what? Building what? Go ahead.
But the same day.
It said, but the same day what?
That Lot went out of Sodom, it rained fire and brimstone from heaven.
Is the Most High going to let you pursue your dreams, pursue your personal obligations, your own personal plans? Is the Most High is going to let you accomplish what you set out to do? When I got to make sure I put my stuff together. I got to get myself together as an individual. I got to make sure I come up and get on my feet. I got to get my house. I got to get my cars. I got things to do. The Most High said the same day what happens. That's when things going to change. And why the scriptures say Christ is going to come like a thief in the night.
Yep.
Because nobody's going to be ready. Nobody's prepared. And people, when war is on the front, it's on the doorstep.
Right.
People don't realize
After you finish this verse.
the threat that's coming, that's right around the corner. Nobody wants to acknowledge the threat. Everything's going to be A-okay. It's not going to be okay. It's not. And I just want to end it with that. And we get back to it. But society, history tells us that that's the mentality that people take when the threat is present.
And that people aren't getting prepared even to this day because the propaganda is so strong.
Like Tom Clancy said, this book, Clear in Present Danger.
But they don't act like it. They're not telling people to get ready, get battle hardened, to get serious because this war could come home to you right now. But our war is going to be in a different way. And we'll go on that another day. How there's going to be, we're going to get attacked from within before we get attacked from without. We'll go on that. There's that immigration scenario that's going on right now is a real thing. Thank you, sir. But read verse 5. So everybody's, think about this. I'm just painting a picture. Everything's about to fall apart, but everybody's acting like everything's cool. They're drinking, they're reveling, they're sitting back here and disrespecting the Lord's holy items. Now let's get to verse 5.
Verse 5. In the same hour.
The same hour they're partying. Party, and you know what I mean. Read on.
Came forth fingers of a man's hand and wrote over against the candlestick upon the plaster of the wall of the king's palace.
Think about it. You ever sat back here and watched people do the chicken finger grip and you can sit back here, and with the light, you can see the finger on the wall, and there's like a chicken moving around.
Hand puppets.
Hand puppets. Yeah, that I couldn't find. I just kept thinking about the chicken and the. Like you sit back here and it looks like a chicken on the wall.
Or the dog. Yeah.
Yeah. The dog was the one that I always would do. I think it was like this.
Yeah.
Point is,
You barking.
yeah. Point is, as everybody is partying, he says right next to a candlestick, so everybody at the banquet hall could see these fingers moving. Out of nowhere, fingers with no hand.
That's a spirit.
That's scary as hell. We're drinking, we're laughing, we're eating chicken out, we're eating Babylonian turkey legs out. We're laughing, and we sit back here. Everybody can see this banquet wall. There's a candlestick that lights up the entire wall. And you see these fingers moving and writing a word on the wall. Everybody's scared as hell.
Everybody already intoxicated. Huh?
They're drunk. Like, whoa, buzzing! What am I seeing?
They look at the drink like it's.
What is this? What is this?
Yeah.
This is bad drink.
Yeah.
You gave me that dirty wine, This ain't no good wine, This is mixed wine. Yeah, that's a thing where it's mixed wine. When they mix the wine with entheogens, and you get a double buzz. So anyway,
Spice wine.
Is that what
no,
they
it's
call
called mixed wine. It's called mixed wine.
Mixed wine.
Mixed wine.
Well, in the Bible, I saw it several times. It said she had mingled wine.
Mingled wine is not good.
That's
Yeah.
Bad.
yeah. Okay.
It enhances the experience. How about that?
That's
Okay.
That's that syrup, man.
It's old school syrup, right? Dirty Sprite.
Yeah.
It's dirty wine, right?
Yeah.
So they're sitting back here, they're buzzing, and they see these fingers on the wall, lot, and the candlestick enhances the image of it.
Yeah.
So they're spooked out. Read verse 5 from the top.
Come on, Daniel chapter 5, verse 5. In the same hour came forth fingers of a man's hand and wrote over against the candlestick upon the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote.
So, and this is the king. What the hell's going on here?
Oh no.
Everybody is smiling and laughing, and they see that like, man, what's this, man? This shit ain't cool. And you know, everybody's buzz ends like that.
Of course.
You ever like party having fun out, and all of a sudden some danger happens and the buzz just leaves?
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all experienced that. When you were young, you're in the club and some gunshots happen, pop, pop, pop. All of a sudden there's no more buzz.
Yeah.
You might have been buzzed. You might have had a little dizziness going on. All of a sudden, I don't know what happens. The body just eliminates and excretes. We're going to explode. We're going to get this drink out of here. We're going to wake up and get alerted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, or you start hearing some rumbling on the corner of the club. Oh, this about to go down. Let's get out of here. Let's roll. Let's roll. Let's roll. For those of y'all who know, you know. And all of a sudden, all the fun and the relaxation just ends.
In the 80s, they had a movie called A Hand where the guy was.
I remember the hand. That was classic. That was
the guy
classic.
was driving, and the car took his hand off.
Yes, he was a trucker. He was a trucker. Yeah, I remember that.
Then
Yes.
the 80s, then the hand started killing people.
This hand is in Babylon,
Yeah.
giving you some bad news. This is a bad tidings hand. Okay, so read verse 5 from the top up. I remember that.
Yeah.
At the same time, they was like making the thing. It was the thing
Swamp
and the
thing.
hand at
Swamp
that
thing,
same
yeah.
time. No,
Yeah.
no, I'm talking about the thing.
Oh, the thing.
Remember the thing in Alaska?
John Carpenter.
Yeah. Anyway, let me stop. Yeah, the thing was real. That was a scary movie. But let's keep going.
Daniel chapter 5, verse 5. In the same hour came forth fingers of a man's hand and wrote over against the candlestick upon the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. Then the king's countenance was changed.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, it's going to change.
Oh,
You're not
yeah.
going to be smiling anymore.
Shit.
The buzz is gone.
Not fun no more.
Now listen, let's go to the Joe Secrets real quick. Adam, I need you to take over.
Was you?
Yeah, that's me, bro.
Was you?
This got me. Huh?
Oh man.
Adam Shaw Shabbatah, Banya Hawada, Banya Sharala.
Adam, show us on the top. Banya Howard, Banya Shala. Imagine. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatam.
Okay, so
No, I forget to replace. We'll replace it.
eventually, we don't got to do it right now. On a new school, we'll do it.
We can
We'll thug it out
Yeah,
until
yeah, cover
we
it up.
got
Cover
we
it
got cover. This is the first time it got me, but it got me. Read in the Josephus.
Another one? Another?
No, we're good. Well, later. On book 10, chapter 2, paragraph. I'm sorry, book 10, chapter 11, paragraph 2. Like, start off where it says, "Against him did did Cyrus, the king of Persia." That's like a quarter way down or halfway down.
And Darius, the king of Media.
You're right before that. Against him did Cyrus.
Okay.
Yes.
Who by the Babylonians was called Nabonidus.
Yes.
All right. Against him did Cyrus, the king of Persia, and Darius, the king of Media, make war.
Okay.
And when he was besieged in Babylon, there happened a wonderful and prodigious vision.
So they were being besieged. It was actually happened. Read on.
He was sat down at supper in a large room, and there was a great many vessels of silver, such as were made for royal entertainments. And he had with him his concubines and his friends. Whereupon he came to a resolution, and commanded that those vessels of God which Nebuchadnezzar had plundered out of Jerusalem, and had not made use of.
He didn't make use of them because he respected what they represented. He respected those as holy items. Read on.
But had put them into his own temple, should be brought out of that temple. He also grew so haughty as to proceed to use them in the midst of his cups, drinking out of them and blaspheming against the Most
He was
High.
blaspheming by sitting back here and acknowledging other idols. Nebuchadnezzar had enough respect for the conquest to know these were holy items from a holy people. Let them be. Read on.
In the meantime, he saw a hand.
So once again, I want to make sure I remind us, the Most High, and eventually we'll go into a class that deals with this, the Most High judges the nations differently than he judges us. The nations have to learn to respect the Most High still and to respect his holy people. And if they do so, the Most High will honor and bless them. But these people, this man Belshazzar and his cohorts, didn't have a respect for the Most High's holy items, his people, and the Heavenly Father. Read on.
One verse on that
What's
too.
that?
Amos chapter 2 verse 9 real quick. Amos chapter 2 verse 9. Read that.
Amos chapter 2 and verse 9. Yet destroyed I the Amorite before them,
He said the Most High eliminated the Amorite before the children of Israel. Why? Read on.
whose height was like the height of the cedar.
He says their height was like the height of what?
Their power.
Cedar.
The cedars. Now your power, your strength, although no matter how high you get, and this is why the Most High will take the nations out. They got even though they might be on top. He says whose height was like the height of cedar. You look at some of the cedars can grow up to 150 feet, 300 feet tall. You look at the sequoia trees in the West Coast in Oregon and Washington, they get up to 300 feet tall. Some trees get so big you can't even cut them down. You got to build a road right through it. They get so big. He said, but no, regardless of how high a nation gets, their height could be like the height of cedars or the strength of them. Read on.
And he was strong as the oaks.
And he said he was strong as the oaks, immovable. Read on.
Yet I destroyed his fruit from above,
He said, but the Most High said, I'll cut you down from the top, or, read on,
and his roots from beneath.
or I'll cut you down at the bottom.
Well, he's an ant.
Yeah.
I'm going to eradicate you from the top and the bottom to eliminate you.
To eliminate
If you cut a tree from the top,
It'll
it's still
grow
can live
again.
from the bottom. I'm going to eliminate you on both ends so you'll never exist
You
again.
never exist. You never come back as a world power.
The beautiful thing about this, on your point, the Most High chose Nebuchadnezzar. He didn't really care about the rest of those guys that came into power. That's why this fall was so abrupt. He didn't have Daniel. It's not written that Daniel was summoned to prophesy to any of these kings after Nebuchadnezzar, into the very last day before they fell. Because that's how the Most High deals with the nations. With us, he's constantly warning us.
Yep.
He's constantly pricking us. He's constantly stinging us. And for thus, a lot of us look at that as the Most High hates us. But he actually loves us. He loves us enough to check us every day when we're off. The nations, okay, I don't really like evil Merodach. I don't like Nebuchadnezzar. I don't like Belshazzar. I don't like these guys. So, I'm just going to get rid of them. Oh, you did that? That was it. This was the final damn straw. You're sitting back here and bringing out my holy items to drink with your side pieces? I'm done with y'all, man. You want to sit back and some other guys and drink with my holy items? These guys are out of here. Let me send this angel to let them know that they're out of here. That's how he looks. But see, it is disrespectful. But how he just shut them off. He just cut them off. That's what I'm trying to bring up.
You look at the order of the skull and bones, which there's a fraternal order from these Ivy League schools. They got Geronimo's skull as a trophy piece.
They do.
A chief of a native people that you destroyed took their land and colonized the rest of them. But you got their chief as a trophy piece, or like you do a deer or an antelope or a moose or a warthog or something. You got his head, his skull as a trophy piece. You won't give him a real burial.
Nope.
You don't respect his skull. You don't respect his body. You don't respect his remains. But this man was a chief of a nation of people that existed here before you, but you use him as a trophy piece for your fraternal order.
Yep.
And it just show you how they'll disregard whatever the Most High put in place. That's when the Most High starts to eliminate, when they start to disregard why the Most High put them in power to begin with.
And then what they end up, what I'm trying to bring out is that he does it quickly.
Yep.
He's not going to sit back here and keep pleading with the nations like he pleads with Israel. With us, he nourishes us with what? Discipline. With the nations, he lets us run their course. And when they finally vex him to the height that he's ready to cut him off, he just cuts them off. Look how quickly and abruptly, spiritually, they fell. Like, no hints, no more warnings after Nebuchadnezzar. After he died and got right, your son starts slipping a couple generations, you're out of here. I'm done with your entire people. You'll never rise again. And that's it.
And you look at America. America had a fear of the Lord in the beginning.
They did. There was a respect. Listen, they respected the Lord. Now, they didn't love Jake. They didn't love black people.
And there's a call. Or color.
That is a call. Or any of our people. But they at least had a sense of being God-fearing. They didn't sit back here and switch gender roles. They ran into all that craziness. They had a respect for God and country.
Yeah,
and kill the rest of them.
God-fearing red-blooded America.
At least there was a respect for the Heavenly Father. And that's why the Most High didn't sit back here and get rid of them. Now, they give Jake a little bit more room to grow and flow, but they have no respect for the Heavenly Father. And this is why he's going to sit back here and flip it upside down on them. Because the country that they're trying to war against has a greater respect for the Heavenly Father. Do those Ruskies love Jake? Love black people? Hell no. But at least they have a respect towards the Heavenly Father. Yep. And that's why they're going to sit back and win. But then once they sit back here and put their hand on us, that's the end of their empire. It's that simple. But there wasn't any warnings, no more. The Most High didn't sit back and send Daniel to Belteshazzar and say, man, change your ways, serve the Lord. He just said, listen, man, I'm going to write on this wall. When you sit back and find out what the breakdown of this is, the breakdown is the end for you. And that's it. So, continuing in the Josephus.
He also grew so haughty as to proceed to use them in the midst of his cups, drinking out of them, and blaspheming against the Most High. In the meantime, he saw a hand proceed out of the wall, and writing upon the wall certain syllables, at which sight, being disturbed, he called the magicians and Chaldeans together.
Hell yeah, the hand came out the wall. There's her writing. You're tripping when you see that, bro. Now hold that, and let's go to the scriptures real quick. Verse 6.
In Daniel?
In Daniel's 5 and 6.
Okay. Daniel's chapter 5 and verse 6. Then the king's countenance was changed,
Hell yeah, no more smiling no more. Read on.
and his thoughts troubled him,
Oh, yeah.
so that the joints of his loins were loosed, and his knees smote one against another.
That means he fainted. This dude passed out. Like as a person would see a ghost. So this guy passed out. His joints and his knees smote together. Read on.
The king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. And the king spake and said to the wise men of Babylon, whosoever shall read this writing and show me the interpretation thereof shall be clothed with scarlet and have a chain of gold about his neck,
Yeah.
and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. Then came in all the king's wise men, but they could not read the writing, nor make known to the king the interpretation thereof. Then was King Belshazzar greatly troubled, and his countenance was changed in him, and his lords were astonished.
Starting. Yeah.
Now the queen, by reason of the words of the king and his lords, came into the banquet house. And the queen spake and said, O king, live forever. Let not thy thoughts trouble thee, nor let thy countenance be changed. There is a man in thy kingdom, in whom is the spirit of the holy power. And in the days of thy father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, was found in him, whom the king Nebuchadnezzar, thy father, the king, I say, thy father, made master of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers.
So this chapter once again constantly reiterates the fact that Belshazzar was aligned with his father, or his father, because when you read father, it doesn't mean necessarily father. It can mean grandfather, great grandfather, just of the lineage of Nebuchadnezzar. Okay? Keep that in mind. So it keeps saying that, and it contradicts what historians say, that Belshazzar wasn't of the line of the lineage of Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, so let's keep going.
For as much as an excellent spirit and knowledge and understanding, interpreting of dreams and showing of hard sentences and dissolving of doubts were found in the same Daniel, whom the king named Belshazzar. Now let Daniel be called, and he will show the interpretation.
So the woman that's talking to him, the queen, or his mother, Belshazzar's mother, obviously knew and heard of Daniel's fame and praise and recognition. So she's just telling Belshazzar, listen, this guy can interpret dreams. This is the guy you want to ask if you want to get the answer to these questions. Read on.
Then was Daniel brought in before the king. And the king spake and said unto Daniel, Art thou that Daniel, which art of the children of the captivity of Judah, whom the king my father brought out of Jewry?
Mm-hmm.
I have even heard of thee, that the spirit of the Most High is in thee, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom is found in thee. And now the wise men, the astrologers, have been brought in before me, that they should read this writing, and make known unto me the interpretation thereof. But they could not show the interpretation of the thing. And I have heard of thee, that thou canst make interpretations, and dissolve doubts. Now if thou canst read the writing, and make known to me the interpretation thereof, thou shalt be clothed with scarlet, and have a chain of gold about thy neck, and shalt be the third ruler in the kingdom. Then Daniel answered and said before the king, Let thy gifts be to thyself.
And first of all, that is a powerful statement. Because it's not about the gifts. And you have to fight. Listen, as teachers and leaders, when you start teaching, when the Most High starts working with you, we have to always fight to make it not about the reward.
Yep.
It can't be about, I do good for a reward. So the first thing Daniel has to attack in himself is, listen, man, I'm not doing this for a reward. I'm a servant. It ain't about what I'm getting out to do. Because the day you start making it about a reward is the day you're going to lose favor with the Heavenly Father. Because the thing you do as a husband, the things you do as a wife, it's got to be out of the purest intention that you could possibly operate in. Too many times as we get older in this knowledge, the question that's at the front of our thoughts and our mind is, what about me? What am I getting out the deal for all of this sacrifice and commitment and doing for this person and doing for that person. I want to kind of bring context to this point. Jeremiah is 62 years old by the time we're here. This is around 538 BC. Because 538 BC was when the Persian Median Empire conquered Babylon, and they really started outstretching their empire. So Daniel, what that lets us know is we're going to go. Daniel was born in 600 BC. He was born in 600 BC, which also means he was like 3 or 4 years old when he got to Babylon. He was an infant.
Yeah.
He was a really young child. So he was 62 years old at this point, and it was never about a reward his entire life. So he wasn't going to make it about a reward now. He's like, you can keep your gold, you can keep your gold chain. I'm not doing this for a gold chain, and I'm not doing this for a label. Because Nebuchadnezzar crowned him to be top province king back in those days too. What, didn't he? Wasn't Daniel number 2 in command?
Yep.
Under Nebuchadnezzar? And what good did that give him? I didn't give him nothing. He said, listen, he didn't get nothing out that deal because he understood it wasn't about gaining anything.
Even when the king offered them the king's meat, they ate pulse.
Yeah.
They ate things grown, legumes, beans.
Because it wasn't about.
They rejected. No, I was just saying they rejected the king's diet and the stipend that he put them on.
And it's always a fight for us to stay detached from the wanting of gifts, from the wanting of rewards. Because when you start wanting the rewards, or you start wanting rewards, now bribery can come in. Now my judgment starts to change based off who can give me the more bigger or the greater reward for my services.
So judgment is based off of the biggest benefit.
And the gift. And this is why as a leader, you can never be about the gift. The only thing that has to matter is judgment.
Yeah.
Delivering the proper judgment, teaching the right message, delivering and being of service and accepting the service. One thing I liked about John Wick, it's getting overboard now. It's like we're in China now, we're in Japan, we're everywhere. But what I liked about the meet at the high table is I will serve and I will be of service. Just the acceptance that that's going to be your life towards the Heavenly Father. Can you accept that you're going to be served? You're going to serve and be of service. Can you accept that's your life? In serving the Heavenly Father. If you learn and accept that you're going to serve and be of service, then it's never going to be about what you get in return. Because that was Daniel's power and all great men's power in Christ. There's nothing you're going to give me that's going to sit back here and bring a smile to my face.
Even when Elisha healed Naaman of his leprosy, he said, man, I got 2 changes of clothes. I got silver. I got gold or whatever. He said, man, I don't keep your reward. I don't want your reward. And Gehazi went and chased after it. He got cursed with leprosy.
It's never about the reward.
Yep.
It can never be if you want to stay pure with the Heavenly Father.
And that
and even a secret for sisters.
Yep.
If you just learn to accept that the Most High is going to sit back here and reward you when He's ready. The crazy thing is this. When a sister and a wife is concerned with the reward from her husband, what ends up happening once the desire for the reward doesn't get met? Then all of a sudden, the fight in the household gets worse. Then the household gets corrupted. Then the family, then the deprivation starts bouncing from husband to wife. Then there's fighting. Then there's arguing. And half the time that the arguing comes from is because the wife, or the one side of the story is, the wife feels like she's not being acknowledged and rewarded. So if I'm not getting acknowledged and rewarded, then why should I give you the things you want? Isn't that what happens all the time in marriages?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, then it just gets fighting, and then there's arguments, and then there's sadness, and then all of a sudden, it is a quote-unquote standoff. Who's going to give in first?
Because the reward is looked at as equivalent to care.
Yes.
So if you don't say thank you, If you don't say, "Hey, I see what you're doing," if you
Or
don't,
it's not date night whenever I want it.
yeah,
Let's be honest.
or just acknowledge for the fact that I clean the house, or acknowledge for the fact that I cook, or acknowledge for the fact that I wash
Yes.
clothes. If you're not acknowledging my sacrifices, then that's equivalent to you not caring. You don't care.
Then why be in order? Then why do those things? Then why be in order and sit back and serve you then?
Well, for what? Nobody cares about the good that I do, so why do good?
Now, if we do that, we get our ass kicked in the spirit.
Yep.
If we sit back here as men while serving the Most High, and if the Most High doesn't send me something from the sky at a certain period of time, does that give me permission to sit back and be negative and break the law and give less to the body? We don't get that. We don't get that get out of jail free card.
But you see younger men, they're a great example of this point that you're bringing out.
Mm-hmm.
Because with an elder, it may not be as visual to see if the elder's like, you know what, whatever, I don't care anymore. That's rare. That's a slow dilapidation. That shit takes years to see. But young man, they just, brother, why aren't you on time? Brother, why aren't you at work? Brother, are you asleep? Why are you sleeping in class? Brother, you gotta rank up, but you gotta take the test, right? I don't. What's the point? For what? What is the point of this? I thought you came here for Christ.
Yes.
But what we're not saying is the point was I don't see myself getting what I came here for that I didn't say. We say I want Christ, I want the scriptures, and we have this back end deal.
String attached.
We have a string attached that we never explain. We're like the white man who has those deals. Yeah, man, I'm gonna go ahead and fund your organization. Oh, you're gonna fund? You're gonna go ahead and hook us up with some extra trucks? Yeah, but I want 30%. You didn't say that. You have fine print. Wait, you sold this drug, this medicine, and then you said a whole bunch of words really fast. May cause suicidal thoughts. And then, like, whoa! You have a cartoon showing how good this is. This girl's dancing in the streets, and she's smiling in the rain.
Might cause suicidal thoughts.
And she has an umbrella, and she's half cartoon world, half real life, and she's having a great time, and she's bowling with her family. And then right after that, 5 minutes later, it says all these bad things may cause this, gastrointestinal issues, suicidal thoughts. I'm like, where all this come from? That's the back end. So people come with back end deals. Men do it too. Women do it too.
Everybody does it.
Women do it too. I love you, baby. I want our household to succeed.
But when I don't get what I want, then I'm on strike. That's my point. And then all of a sudden, wonder why the house is not going to work out. Then if I don't get what I want, you're not going to get what you want. And then there's unhappiness in the house.
How come ain't no dinner made? She on strike.
Exactly.
Yes, picket signs out.
Yeah.
The union.
Hell no, we won't go. Hell no, we won't go.
No seasoning, no salt, no flavor.
Exactly.
For what?
Bland ass chicken.
For what?
Yeah.
Bland, overcooked chicken's high. Why is the chicken so? It's dry. It's charred.
Spaghetti with no sauce.
No sauce.
It's this Getty act.
This is Getty. Canned, you know,
What's fun? Huh?
noodles act.
This is news ramen act.
Canned soup act. Canned soup. I could have heated that canned soup up.
This how. This
You
is
just
how.
gotta get some ramen flavor to throw in, man, and figure it out.
This is how I feel.
Trying to
This is how
cut
I
some
feel.
carrots up in it, just trying to stretch it out.
But it's some chunky, overly chunky carrots.
Yeah.
It's too much chewing.
They're too
with
hard.
carrots.
Yeah.
You gotta chew like a damn.
Baby.
I forget this, man. I'm done with this damn carrots.
Luke chapter 17. Luke chapter 17.
Oh my goodness.
Luke chapter
Listen,
17.
we're joking, but we ain't joking.
What's funny about that?
This is real. And you wonder why the Most High just makes the house even worse.
Start at verse 7.
To
Luke
what?
17 and 7.
7 to 10.
Okay, cool. Let's type it in there.
Luke 7 and 10.
No, it's 7. It's to 10.
Yes. Luke chapter 17, verse 7.
Luke chapter 17 and verse 7. But which of you, having a servant plowing or feeding cattle, will say unto him by and by, when he is...
It's another verse you pulled on mine, all right? This is supposed to be on Monday, man.
We're in the spirit.
Monday. This is a Monday verse, man.
That's what I said.
Go ahead and pull the Monday verse.
Monday will be part 2.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Luke 17
Mundane, yeah.
But which of you, having a spirit plowing or feeding cattle, will say unto him by and by, when he has come from the field, go and sit down to meat.
They said, who gonna tell a servant to do what?
Go and sit down to meat.
This is your servant, but you tell your servant go eat first. But he's your servant.
It don't happen.
That's not orderly. That's not the appropriate position of a servant. It's to sit down and eat first while you eat second. Read on.
And will not rather say unto him,
He said, would you not rather say unto your servant? Say unto him what?
make ready wherewith I may sup.
It says, put me first.
Yeah.
Because the job of your servant is to put you first. Just like we're the Most High servant. Our job is to put the Most High first. Things that pertain to the kingdom of heaven. That goes first over our own obligations and our own wants. Read on.
And gird thyself.
And then gird yourself. Prepare my food first. Read on.
And gird thyself. And serve me.
And serve who?
And serve me.
That's the appropriate position of a servant. Is to serve the person that they pay homage to, or the person in charge. Read on.
Till I have eaten and drunken.
Then what?
And afterward.
And then when?
And afterward.
Do your job for me first, and then afterward.
Yep.
What?
Thou shalt eat and drink.
Then you will sit down and eat and drink. You get your portion after you did your job. And that's the way the Most High looks at us. You don't get your portion first. You do your job first, and then you get your portion. Then you get what's allotted to you.
Or, listen, if I get my portion, then I'll give you your portion.
Yeah.
It can't be that way.
We're negotiating.
You're not a servant. Now you're not a servant.
You're a hireling.
Then there's terms and conditions with my servitude. Read on.
Doth he thank that servant because he did the things that were commanded him?
Do you get a pat on the back? Do you get an applaud, a standing ovation? Do you get acknowledgement because you did what you was told? Read on.
I trow not.
He said, I trow not. I think not. For no is the answer. Read on.
So likewise.
Oh yeah. Get all that. Troll.
Yeah.
The answer's hell no.
Yeah, I troll not.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Not even close. Read on.
So likewise.
He said, so likewise what?
So likewise he.
For that same reason.
But hold on. Likewise, husbands with the Most High, men with the Most High, and likewise, wives with their husbands.
Go ahead.
So likewise ye, when you shall have done all those things which are commanded you.
It said you do what's commanded to you first. Read on.
Say, we are unprofitable servants.
Are you still supposed to say what?
We are unprofitable servants.
I'm an unprofitable servant. I'm supposed to shed any glory that belongs to the Most High and steal any glory from the Most High. Any acknowledgement that's supposed to go to the Father. If I get the reward, then I take the glory from the Most High. I steal that to myself. If I take any acknowledgement, any responsibility that say, you know what, look at the work that I'm doing, then the Most High is robbed of His glory. He's robbed of the glory that belongs to Him. Read on.
We have done that, which was our duty to do.
And it says, so to make sure you never rob the Most High of His glory, of His acknowledgement, you look back and say, you know what? I'm just doing my job.
Now, what also means is to be unprofitable, you're unprofitable for yourself. You're profitable for the person you serve.
Yep.
Your works profit your master's desires and needs. But I'm not in it for my own profit. That's the understanding. That's what Luke 17 is about. Can I operate under the mindset that it's not about my profit, but it's only about the profit of whom I serve? This is where Daniel was at. This is where what we do for the Most High's got to be. Our works profit the body. Our works don't profit us. The wives and the sisters, their works are supposed to profit their husbands, not themselves. This is the mindset. But too many times we operate with the trade-off.
True.
I do good, but now I want something back. As men, we do good with the expectation the Most High going to give me something out the deal. But in reality, you're not going to get what you want out the deal. Can you accept that it's about service and move on with your life? And whatever the Most High gives you, He gives you. Don't forget what was talked about in Daniel 3. What did Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego say? The Most High has the power to deliver me from this situation. But if He doesn't, it ain't going to change my spiritual stance. Can we take the same mindset? I might want XYZ in my life. But if I don't get XYZ in my life, it doesn't change my service to the program, to the Most High, and as sisters, if I don't get what I want out the deal, it shouldn't change your servitude towards your husband. But too many times, we don't think that way. And we wonder why the Most High makes our conditions and the truth difficult, why he makes our marriages more difficult. Because we're not going to give more unless we think we get back. And too many times, that form of pride is prevalent in Israel.
Yep.
But that will be talked about for many weeks coming up on Monday. Pride, responsibilities, and the acceptance of roles. But let's get back to Daniel's chapter 5. And Daniel sitting back here and letting the king know that I don't need your money. I don't want your titles. That's not what I'm in it for. Read on. In Daniel's 5 and 17.
Daniel 5 and 17. Then Daniel answered and said before the king, let thy gifts be to thyself, and give thy rewards to
Keep it
another.
real.
Yep.
Yet I will read the writing unto the king, and make known to him the interpretation. O thou king, the Most High gave Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom, in majesty, in glory, and honor.
So it still goes back to Belshazzar being linked nationality-wise and familiar line to Nebuchadnezzar. He said, your father called and chose Nebuchadnezzar to be his servant. Right?
Yep.
Now hold on. Just as a quick reminder, read Daniel's 4 and 17 real quick. Because don't forget, Daniel's kind of like reminds us the spiritual shift the Most High shifted from us to now giving the nations an opportunity to rule. And the Most High working through nations to get his purpose established. Read that.
Daniel's 4 and 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers, in the in the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men, and giveth to whomever he will, and setteth up over it the basest of men.
Now the Most High is sitting back here after we forfeited our opportunity to be in power. Now he sits back here and refocuses the development on the rest of the nations, the bases of men. Now they get a chance at the power. And Daniel was like, the Most High chose Nebuchadnezzar to be his servant, to rule over the entire world, including us.
That's equity from the Most High.
God,
Even for him
he's fair.
to let the nations be in charge, or to have rulership and dominion, when he really could allow them just to be subservient forever.
God,
That's the Most High's mercy even to the nations.
no doubt. So now it's like, listen, as long as you take care of my people and don't abuse them and honor me, you can thrive and you'll run your course. Now, the second you start breaking up and your pride gets in the way and you make it about you and you start shaming and destroying my people, I have to intercede. Read on. In Daniel's 5, verse 19 now.
Daniel's 5 and 19. And for the majesty that he gave him, all people, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Whom he would he slew, whom he would he slew, and whom he would he kept alive, and whom he would he set up, and whom he would he put down.
You know, I wish as men and sisters in the truth, we can just accept this concept. Who the Most High promotes, who he allows to live, he lives. Who he chooses to pass on, he passes on. It's all in the Most High's hands. It's all his power. Can we just accept how the Most High moves? We lost our shot. Now before Christ comes back, he gives the rest of the world their shot. And they're going to reign as long as he sees fit that they reign. Read on.
But when his heart was lifted up, and his mind hardened in pride,
Okay.
he was deposed from his kingly throne,
And went to the zoo. Read on.
and they took his glory from him.
But this is the understanding that it deals with the entire world even to this day. When the pride gets in the way, and specifically that disdain and hatred towards the poor, that's how you know that pride is on 10. When now you look down on the weak, you look down on the sick, you craft policies to harm them and to keep them subjugated, now you're in the Most High's SHIT list. Okay? Then he says, when we start operating in pride, he deposed Nebuchadnezzar like he ends up breaking down the nations to this day. Read on.
And he was driven from the sons of men, and his heart was made like the beasts, and his dwelling was with the wild asses. They fed him with the grass like oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till he knew that the Most High ruled in the kingdom of men, and that he appointeth over it whomsoever he will.
Mm-hmm.
And thou his son, O Belteshazzar, hast not humbled thine heart, though thou knewest all this.
He says, you had the histories. You knew how the Most High worked with Nebuchadnezzar, but yet and still, you didn't study up. Now check this out. He said, Belshazzar, you should have studied. Did the Most High come to Belshazzar and talk to him leading up to this situation? Don't forget, this is the end of Belshazzar's reign. We're going to read this in a little bit. Okay? This is the end. Matter of fact, I'm just going to jump real quick. Read verse 30 of the same chapter.
In verse 30. And that night was Belteshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain.
So this was the last day he was going to breathe on earth. Why is that important? This is the first time the Most High, through his intermediary, Daniel, talked with him. There was no way out. This was it. This was it. The Most High dealt with Nebuchadnezzar. Belshazzar should have sat back here and read his books in history. And because he didn't listen to his history and read his books,
He didn't do his homework.
he didn't do his homework. He got killed because of it. But the Most High shows you he isn't giving the nations as many chances as us. He'll work through one or two people throughout your nation's reign, and you better study up. And if you don't, you're going to fall. With us, just use Jeremiah, for example. The Most High was there using Jeremiah to warn Jehoiakim, Jeconiah, and Zedekiah. All three. They had access to people warning them for years in at a time. 22 years, they had prophets telling them. This guy Belshazzar, they had no prophet telling them nothing. It was just, you should have read about Nebuchadnezzar. And because you didn't, you're going to die tonight. This is how the Most High deals with the nations. With us, he showed us way more love and way more leniency.
When you look at how in the Josephus how Saul made a mistake, but the Most High took him out for that mistake he made by not killing all the Amalekites. But David made a mistake with adultery and all these other things, doing the census with the children of Israel. But the Most High was merciful. But when you read the Josephus, it says that the difference between Saul and David is that both had the priest available, and both had the Urim and the Thummim. And so they both had the ability to access the Most High.
Yep.
And it said the difference between Saul and David was that Saul rarely consorted with the priests. He rarely asked advice and sought the Most High's counsel. When it says David frequently sought the Most High's counsel, he frequently sought the Most High's advice.
And also, that wasn't Saul's only strike.
No.
Don't forget, before that, he was supposed to wait on Samuel for the Samuel to sit back and send up the offerings.
Set up the offerings.
And he sat back here and jumped the gun, and that was the first strike. Mm-hmm. He had multiple strikes before he sat back and said, I'm done with this guy. And even after he said he was done with him, he had room to repent because he didn't sit back here and get eradicated. How many more years was Saul in power before David went to the top? Multiple years.
Yep.
Multiple years, because Daniel had to work himself up and win love of the congregation and win wars and get groomed up before Saul got taken out. Saul had plenty of times to sit back here and repent and change and get right.
Yep.
Belshazzar, this is his last day on earth, so listen, man, you should have read books. You dying tonight, B. That's it.
Real.
Look how quick. It was like this, boom.
But you know that his pride had disconnected him from this humility.
Done. No doubt.
And that allowed him to not pursue the Most High's judgment or to even read the records as a king.
And my point is, everything you said is true, but the Most High didn't give him no time. He didn't bring him any reminders, any people, any prophets. This is how he deals with nations. And this is why we should be so appreciative about the mercy the Most High gives us. How much time, how much counsel, how much one-on-one the Most High gives with this book. He gives us teachers, counselors, leaders. He gives us everything we need to get it right. The nations, hey man, you mess up, I'm done with you.
Yep.
That's his mercy. The same thing that we dread about the Most High, that he always checks us. He's always pricking us. He doesn't let us just sit back and do our own thing. That's love. Think about it as a parent. When you sit back and give your kid curfews, and you don't let your kid hang out with these badass kids in high school, or his badass friends over here, you're always saying no, no, no. They look at that as a what? As a curse.
Yeah.
But it's the most love you can give your kid, because you're protecting him or her from their downfall. That's how the Most High does. He checks us. He denies us this door from being open. You ever see the Most High shows us so much love when we want to correct ourselves? When you want to go rock bottom, doesn't the Most High make it hard for you to go rock bottom? He doesn't make it easy for you to really tap into that filth that you want to tap in. You got to really look for it. You got to say, you know what? I'm going to be up all night looking for this dirt. You know, the first dirt door you open up, it don't open up. Like, damn, it's normally open. And it's like you gotta go left.
2 corners around.
You gotta go, listen, you gotta go in those deep, dark alleys to get what you want out. Then the Most High like, see, now I gotta get you. Because you're going above and beyond the call of duty to get what you want. You're double asking for an ass kicking. So now I gotta give it to you. But he loves you enough to that first angle you go, it's not there.
That's why he says,
And that's love.
what man bringeth fire to his bosom and not be burnt. Because what we do, we play with fire when we play with them spirits. And then it's just a matter of time before you didn't get burnt the first time you play with fire. But eventually, you're going to get burnt. And the Most High going to let you get burnt.
I don't know if you ever saw those flame throwing guys that sit back and it looks all cool. Like in Creed, the guy, this little Irishman, he's like, all the fire's kicking up. Have you ever seen a guy do it and shit don't work out? I saw him like, oh no, he want to do this and the fire like, oh no, he's burning up. That shit didn't work. Don't do it. I was like, bro, you playing with fire. And he spit it out, and maybe the spit juice came down.
He spit hard enough.
Yeah, he didn't shoot it out far enough. So it went down, it was like,
the wind blew it back on.
You better go downwind. You better go downwind.
Yeah, spit that way.
Oh, man. You got to do
Yeah.
this wind's going this way. I got to blow this way. But I'm serious. He was playing with fire. It didn't work out. Same thing with us. So, where are we at in Daniel's 5?
Daniel's 5:22.
Okay.
And though his son, O Belshazzar, hast not humbled thine heart, though thou knewest all this.
He said you knew or you had access. Either you knew or you had access to it. Read on.
But hast lifted up thyself against the King of heaven. And they...
Well, what is Esau's laws? They say something about Esau's laws. Ignorance is not,
It's not no.
huh?
No.
No, because with Esau's laws, sometimes, Esau has so many laws, traffic laws, and laws about how he runs the city. If you don't know, I didn't know that I was supposed to yield here. Ignorance isn't an excuse. You can get this ticket still. It's your responsibility to read the law, is to learn all the driving manuals and all the signs. It's your responsibility to learn that.
Yes,
Because Esau, what's that?
called ignoranta juris non excusat.
I wasn't thinking that, but he's a fancy word. He says ignorant to what?
It's Latin.
I
Ignoranta
know,
juris
I know,
non
I
excusat, and it's Latin for ignorance of the law excuses not.
That's the point. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse to break the law. So now listen, the Most High didn't operate like that with us. He said, I'm going to sit back and remind you, you're not taking care of the poor. You're not considering the sick. You're following idols. Stop all this. But the nation is like, man, listen, just because you say you didn't know, you should have known. You have books. You have readers. I mean, you have historians. It's because you won't claim I didn't know. Nobody told me.
You got magicians too.
Nobody told me. You had access to historians. How come you didn't sit back here and look at your history records? What am I trying to say? This is how the Most High deals with the nations. Because you didn't read up, you're going to die. With us, he's pleading with us face to face.
Yeah.
That's the difference. But as a nation, we get angry that we get pled with face to face. We act like we'd rather it be this way, but do you really want it this way?
No.
To live 30, 40 years, and because something wasn't made to be important, you're going to die because you didn't realize it was important. It was as important as it is. Whereas you get counseling in class all the time about the importance of not doing this, the importance of being on point here. You're constantly reminded about what's important and what's not important. They're like, listen, bro, I don't care if you believe in Marduk and Baal and all these clowns, these other idols. If you don't serve the Lord, do you think there was a tutorial about those holy items that he took out to drink wine with? He didn't sit back and read the manual. He didn't read the books.
Well, you know what he should have known? My father never used them. My grandfather's never used them. They've always been in this isolated treasure city.
That's why you want to pull them out, because my father didn't do it.
That's what I'm saying. But he should have
got
known.
that shine in China.
If he was about being in order, he would have known, hey, these are off limits. Think about it. If you ain't never seen your grandfather pull these out, then obviously those are like collector's items.
But that's why I'm different.
Yeah.
That's why I'm going to pour it out.
It's collector's items.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. But you get the point?
But the point, you
didn't get the memo.
You didn't know. You can't say you didn't know because it wasn't like it wasn't done in front of you. So obviously that's special.
You know what that shows you? The Most High expects the nations to pursue the Heavenly Father out of this straight desire.
Right.
This is why when you read about Ptolemy Philadelphus, the Most High blessed his reign. Because at the time when we ever get to Daniel's 11, which we're not going to right now, Daniel's 11 deals with the fighting between the Ptolemaic dynasty and the Seleucid dynasty. The Ptolemaic dynasty ran and controlled Egypt and at times certain parts of the Levant. Point is, when Ptolemy Philadelphus reigned, he thrived and his empire thrived. But when you read into why, whatever he did as a statesman and as a leader was one thing, but he pursued understanding the knowledge of the Hebrews, the God of the Hebrews. And the Most High honored every endeavor because he pursued through reading, writing, asking questions, commissioning the priests of Alexandria to write down the Bible from Hebrew to Greek and to write a separate book of interpretation.
Yeah.
Next to it, there was a definite pursuit to understand the Heavenly Father. He was rewarded with a long kingdom because of it. In comparison to Belshazzar, not reading, not studying, not pursuing to understand the Father. If you ain't got it in you to study, and you're a nation, you're in trouble. Now, at least with us, Israel, we don't like reading books either. How about that? We don't read no damn books. But the Most High has enough love for us, knowing that we don't read, to send teachers and prophets out to us. He knows we don't like reading books. So he'll send book readers to teach you the damn Bible.
We can't say we didn't know.
Because he brings people to teach you.
Yeah.
The nations, if you ain't reading G, you out of there. That's the difference, and that's the love that he has for us in comparison. And he does give the nations a chance. And there is still love there. But he loves us more. We're not going to sit back here and say he don't give two craps about the nations, because you know what? When we left Egypt, was it just Hebrews that left Egypt?
Nope.
There was a mixed multitude. But that mixed multitude, we were ordered to love those strangers. How about that? So what is he saying? We're supposed to love the strangers that have committed themselves to serving the Heavenly Father.
Loving him.
That's something. We ain't going to go into that. That's a whole other class right there. But the nations that love the Most High, we're committed to love them back, and we'll go into that on Monday. I ain't going to. But we're supposed to sit back here and help support them like we help the widow and the fatherless child and the Levites. We were on the hook to help them out too. Anyway, let's continue.
Daniel 5:23. But hast lifted up thyself against the King of heaven, and they have brought
the Lord of heaven, right? Okay, Lord of heaven. No, we're adding a thing to the Bible, man. We can't be adding king, man. That's Lord. Let's come on now. Come on.
And they have brought the vessels of his house before thee, and thou and thy lords Thy wives and thy concubines have drunk wine in them.
That means the nations polluted those heavenly items. Read on.
And thou hast praised the gods of silver, and of gold, and of brass, iron, wood, and stone, which see not, nor hear, nor know. And the God in whose hand thy breath is, and whose are all thy ways, hast thou not glorified? Then was the part of the hand sent from him, and this writing was written. And this is the writing that was written.
So that hand wrote these words. Read on.
Mene, tekel, epashim. And this is the interpretation of the thing. Mene, God hath numbered thy kingdom and finished it.
Listen. Your kingdom has ran its course. You're numbered. Your works have been numbered. They've been measured. And you've been found wanting. Because you've been found wanting, this is it. This is bad news Daniel's giving this king guy. Read on. It was all good as a week ago. Read on.
Tekel, thou art weighed in the balances and art found wanting.
So Mene is numbered. Tekel is weighed and balanced, meaning the Most High was fair and balanced, and he weighed your works. He weighed Belshazzar's works and his conduct. And he says, and you're found wanting. You're lacking. You're lacking in works. You're lacking in your commitment and your dedication. This is how we get dealt with. We get numbered, we get weighed, and we get balanced. Read on.
Paris, thy kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians.
So you've been weighed, you've been balanced, you've been numbered, weighed, and balanced, and now you're judged. And now you're going to lose. And that's how the Most High deals with us. Now listen, he deals with us like this on a daily, weekly basis. Think about this. We get numbered. All our works are numbered.
Yeah.
All our works are numbered.
Yep.
Then they're weighed as to the intention, as to the purpose behind all of our numbered works. And once all of our works are weighed and numbered, and you're found that there's way more works where the intentions were evil versus the works than the intentions being good, now you're found wanting, you're judged, and now I'm going to divide, meaning take away everything that you built and split it up and divvy it to other people to give them a chance to operate with it. And that's on a large macro level with a king and a kingdom. How does he deal with us? How does he deal with us on that level? Now keep in mind, with Israelites, he doesn't allow us to just run our course and kill us off at the end. He checks us like this on a small micro level, weekly, monthly, yearly, annual basis without completely destroying us. So think of it that way. So we're still being numbered, measured, and weighed. And when we're found wanting, he stings us by taking things away from us.
You know, and that found wanting means you lack something,
Yep.
Meaning you're coming up short. So when we're found wanting, meaning there's something that we're missing. So what the Most High is saying is, okay, well, in order for me to allow you to exist in this realm, then you have to have all these boxes checked. Mm-hmm. Meaning you got to have piety, you got to have reverence, you got to have fear of the Most High, you got to have obedience, you got to have all these boxes checked. When you come up short, you're found wanting. You're coming up short somewhere. You don't have enough fear. You don't have enough humility. You don't have enough piety. You don't have enough reverence. You're missing. You don't have enough respect for my word. You don't have enough prayer. You're missing something. So when the Most High weigh you out, and you got too many things missing, then you're not gonna sit in that opportunity too long. You're not gonna sit in that position that He can put you in too long. Then He'll remove you out of that position. When he finds that too many things are missing from you,
and can I pull
and those things are virtues.
And it's going to tie in 1 Corinthians chapter 3. 1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 10, verse 9. Verse 9 down.
1 Corinthians 3.
To 15.
1 Corinthians 3 and 9. For we are laborers together with the Most High.
Okay, we're laborers together with the Most High. Read on.
Ye are the Most High's husbandry.
We're the Most High's husband. We're the Most High's farmers. And our job is to sit back here and deal with the sheep, the animals, the fruits and vegetables. And our job is to sit back here and take care of the entire land and farm. Or a couple weeks ago, we were dealing with those talents, right? And the Most High sat back here and gave everybody specific burdens and responsibilities on his land. And we know those burdens and responsibility was to deal with people. The burden and the responsibility of being shepherds for our people. And each one of us had a certain amount more people to be responsible for than others. But that was the burden. That was the talent. With that same thing in mind, we're all laborers to deal with his people. Read on.
Ye are the Most High's building.
We're the Most High's building, and we're stewards over the Most High's inheritance, his children. Read on.
According to the grace of the Most High, which is given unto me as a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation, and another buildeth thereon. But let every man take heed how he buildeth thereupon.
We have to make sure we're conscious of how we're building on the Lord's inheritance. The type of caliber work that we're building on top of what Christ is building. So when Christ left for that extended period of time, we should have been serious, or they should have been serious about the caliber work they brought to the table. Just like we have to be serious about the caliber examples we are for the students we're responsible for. Read on.
For other foundation can no man lay that then slack it. For other foundation can no man lay than that is laid, which is Yahweh Shai.
So nobody can change up the caliber of the foundation that Christ laid. Christ set the bar to the highest measure it can be. So whatever we do is going to be compared to the bar that Christ measured.
And that brick has to be the same shape.
Mm-hmm.
You can't build a brick house with a brick that's bigger than the other bricks, because it's going to throw off the whole foundation.
Mm-hmm.
So the bricks got to be symmetric. They got to be identical. And so when we're the Most High's building, then we're bringing a brick to that building. The Christ's brick is the template. All the other bricks got to look like Christ's brick.
And what we're going to read about, they can be some shady bricks.
Yeah.
Some of the bricks is real cheesy bricks.
They short bricks.
Some brittle bricks.
Yeah.
Some weak bricks. So we're supposed to follow the standard that Christ set.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're all responsible for. Okay? Well, let's keep going.
9 and 12. Now, if any man build upon this foundation gold.
Gold means it's closer to Christ's foundation than not. It's the highest we can on earth operate, and Christ acknowledge it as high caliber work. Because Christ's measure was the highest caliber it can be. Read on.
Silver, precious stones.
Now listen. Gold, silver, precious stones can endure. They're stronger metals. Read on.
Wood, hay, stubble.
There's some stubble work out there, though. There's a lot of Israelites that wear fringes, and the caliber of their work is wood, hay, and stubble.
And a wood brick can endure only for a short time.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know there was such thing as a damn wood brick.
I'm just saying they got wood composite bricks now that are composite brick and wood mix, plaster mix.
Okay.
Basically, but
Particle board.
but they're particle board, but they're plaster.
Yeah, you ever see those damn Walmart what are those Walmart plywood chest of drawers?
Oh yeah,
them things don't last. That's
particle board. Yeah, that's particle board.
Them things don't last very long.
All they do is get wet. As soon as they get wet,
wobbly. They move like
they
this.
expand and then they break apart.
Yeah.
But so weather will erode that wood. So
And wait.
Eventually, over time, weather, storms, heat, it'll expand, it'll warp, it'll become brittle, it'll become invaded with diseases.
Yep.
Silver is an antibacterial. No bacteria can invade silver.
Yep.
Same with gold. So they don't oxidize like that. They don't break down like that. But there's oxidation on wood. It becomes brittle over time. So just like some people's working the truth, they last only for a certain time until the conditions get hard. Then they fall apart. Then they get exposed they get weather beaten.
They individually get broke down, or what they teach and invest into their men They don't put enough into their men for them to weather the storm.
Yep.
That's the other aspect of it.
Mhm.
It's one thing for you to erode, but the people that are living and breathing and teaching this word represent what you've invested into them. Okay? And depending on what you invest into somebody, you'll see it return based on their ability to endure the ups and downs. And when the wind comes and the rain descends, can they sustain this path? But part of that is based on what you instill in them. Part of that is the example they see from you.
Yep.
Okay? So let's continue.
Every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire.
Everybody's work is revealed by fire. Read on.
And the fire shall try, Salakia, because it shall be revealed by fire. And the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is.
So what he's explaining to us, as long as we're serving the Most High, teaching His word, developing His sons and daughters, the Most High is going to try our work by fire, by affliction, by stress, by the pressure that life puts on us and the work we're responsible for. Read on.
Every man's work, Salakia.
Verse 14, yeah.
If any man's work abideth which he hath built thereupon, he shall receive a reward.
So if the work of your hands, the people that you invest in, the system and the camp that you try to build, the people that you teach, if they sustain, if they're able to endure based off of their commitment and the standard that you helped set for them, read on.
If any man's work shall be burned, he shall suffer loss.
So verse 14 again.
Verse 14. If any man's work abideth which he hath built upon, he shall receive a reward.
You'll get a reward for the work you invested into the people around you. You see how the Most High teaches us our reward comes from the people that you invest into. You're supposed to learn and change and fix what's inside of you so you can be a vessel to help build somebody else up. And that's your work. Listen, you fixing what's inside of you. You're supposed to fix what's inside of you. Why are you getting a reward for fixing what's inside of you?
True.
That's the least you're supposed to do. Now, once you fix what's inside of you, your work is the people that you're responsible for. That talent that Christ gives each individual person. And if you develop and work on the people that you're responsible for, and they last, you will get a reward for that. Read on.
If any man's work shall be burned, he shall suffer loss.
That means the people that you invest into, the system that you invest into doesn't work out the way you expect, and they leave and they get weak because of your example and because of what you've instilled in them, it says you're going to suffer loss. Read on.
But he himself shall be saved, yet so as by fire.
So you see how the Most High with us, He saves us and gives us multiple chances to rebuild with our people. So our work might not last, our work might get burnt up, but if we lose and we're judged as wanting, does He kill us? No. He gives us a chance to rebuild and do it again. The nations, once they're judged wanting, that's it. He's telling us when our works are flawed, when our example was weak and we lose and our example has been wanting, He just burns up what we've invested into. He tears up the works of our hands and makes us start again from what?
Scrap.
From scratch. That's what He does to us. But that's still more love than what He gives the nations. When the nations get to the point where they're judged, you're found wanting, your kingdom's over. That's it. No more breath in you.
You know, you've been weighed, you've been measured.
Yes, you've been numbered, you've been weighed, and you've been found wanting.
Yep.
I've heard that in a movie somewhere, but it's the truth. You've been numbered, weighed, measured, and you're wanting. Feed. That's it for you. With us, we're still measured, we're still weighed, and if we're wanting, He just burns up our investment, but He gives us another chance to rebuild. That's love. Does that make sense? That's how He deals with us. So let's get back to Daniel's. So our work might fail. We might lose it, might lose houses, might lose family because of our foolishness and our pride and our selfishness. But he gives us a chance to rebuild and do it right and better the next time. That's how much he shows us love. Now, let's get verse 28.
James 5 and 28. Paris, thy kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians.
Keep this in mind. This is the verdict from the Heavenly Father that the Medes and Persians are going to take you out. They're right outside besieging you right now. Read on.
Then commanded Belshazzar.
So first of all, at least Belshazzar was honorable enough to get past how he felt and to get past the crushing blow that his kingdom is over, and he still honored Daniel and kept his word. Not that Daniel was expecting it, but he kept his word. Yes, sis? It is Daniel chapter 6, verse 29.
5.
5 and 29. Slacky, I'm looking at 6, 5. Read verse 29 again, sir.
Then Belshazzar, Slacky, then commanded Belshazzar, and they clothed Daniel with scarlet and put a chain of gold about his neck and made a proclamation concerning him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom.
For like 2 hours. For 3 hours. Now, you're gonna be the ruler, the third ruler of the kingdom for 3.5 hours.
And yeah.
That was it. But read on.
And that night,
That same night, after he was made third in the kingdom at 62 years old, read on.
in that night was Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain.
That quick, bro. Read on.
And Darius, the Median, took the kingdom, being about 62 years old.
In other words, this isn't the Median king, King Darius. This was not King Darius the Mede. Now we do know that King Cyrus of Persia was the head of the Persian Empire, and we know Darius was the king of the Medes. We also know that the Persian kingdom was more powerful and stronger than the Median Empire. But this was not King Darius. This was Darius the Median that was made the vassal under the Persian Empire. This is not King Darius. This is Darius that was allowed to be the ruler over that jurisdiction. We just read earlier in chapter 5 that Belshazzar had 1,000 nobles, in which the responsibility was dispersed over this vast empire. Right? Do I have it? I don't have it on me right now. But the Persian Mede Empire was actually further spanning than the Babylonian Empire. So King Cyrus and King Darius couldn't be in all these different provinces and countries all at the same time. So they would sit back here and regulate vassals and individuals that established the needs and the desires of that particular province in the spirit of what was best for Persia and was what was best for the Median Empire. So this guy was Median of the people of the Medes, but he was not the king. He was a vassal of Persia. We're clear on that, right? Okay.
Just a point on what you said, Esther chapter 1, verse 1.
I'm sorry?
Esther, right?
Esther chapter 1, verse 1. Mm-hmm. Read that.
Ezra chapter 1, verse 1. Now in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the word of the Most High by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Most High stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom.
Yeah, Esther chapter 1, verse 1.
That's not Esther.
Esther chapter 1.
Ezra.
Esther.
Esther chapter 1 and verse 1.
Read that.
Now it came to pass in the days of Athaliasaurus. This is Athaliasaurus which reigned from India even unto Ethiopia.
Just to give you an idea of the expansion of the Persian Empire, because the book of Esther was written during the time of the Persian Mede Empire. He's showing you how far the kingdom of Persia was. It said it went from where?
From India even unto Ethiopia.
Now, if you look at where India is on the map, I know we don't have a map up, but if you look at where India is on the map and to where Ethiopia is, you'll see how India, as far east as it is in the Asian hemisphere, it's in East Asia. He said Persia ruled all of India all the way to Egypt. That means they ruled the Levant, even down to Saudi Arabia, Babylon, Assyrian Empire, Phoenician Empire, down to Egypt. So that's a large swath of land from India all the way to Ethiopia. It just showed you how vast the Persian Mede Empire was. Read on.
Over 107 in 20 provinces.
So it shows you how many provinces that were vassals to Persia. They had 127 provinces under their rulership, under their leadership. So I know we don't have a map showing that.
I got one somewhere right now. You guys might have gave me some time.
Yeah, he said.
I got it on my other computer. I was looking at it. Here it goes.
So he's showing you how vast this empire, this Persian Mede Empire was. So Darius couldn't be in 127 places at once. And that's why War said it wasn't actual King Darius. It was Darius just a ruler, a governor over a particular area. Because he couldn't be everywhere at once.
Him and Cyrus.
So we're going
it's a baby image right
there.
here.
It is right there. He showed there's a map right now. If you check online, how great the it even goes up to Turkey.
You know, because listen, it goes to Turkey, and they were fighting the Greeks to get their power.
Yep.
Well, that's another story. But that was a greater spanning kingdom than you had the Babylonians. Their kingdom wasn't this further and this far. Babylon stopped theirs around. I can't even say Susa. It's before Susa, because Babylon was the brown. Yeah,
The Euphrates River.
but they went all the way to the Nile.
Yep.
They had the east of Egypt. Persia went even further north, further east. Media really went far east and deal with India.
And when you read about the Immortals, the Immortals were the Persian elite military force that most nations were afraid of. You know, they were the most skilled of the Persian fighters. And then you read about the Immortals, you know, when movies about the Battle of Thermopylae. Then you read about how the Immortals defeated the Greeks. You know what I'm saying? Eventually the Greeks came back and won. But you read about how the Immortals were helped to defeat Egypt. How the Immortals were helped to defeat all these other nations. We're talking, baby. How these other nations were scared of the Immortals. The Immortals were the most skilled of the combat forces of the Persians. And usually when they came, that means it was good night. You know what I'm saying? Eventually the Greeks...
Good night, Irene, right?
It was good night, man. So, but when you look at how they expanded and how they fought, this is what allowed them to rule such a vast empire, man. Just wanted to bring that out to show that. So 127 provinces is the expanse of the Persian Mede Empire.
So, just to recap, this marks the end of the Babylonian Empire, approximately 538 or 39 BC, depending on different historians. And at this time, Daniel was 62 years old. Remember, even Jeremiah in his 60s had to deal with almost dying in the crap pits in Jerusalem. It's like the Most High has all of these great men go through these ebbs and flows in their youth, and then this final battle to see where they're at in their older age. Wow. This is kind of like a theme that I'm kind of reading. Okay? So, stand up if you're tired. You can go to the kids' room. That's always an option. Watch cartoons, man. So listen, we're going to read Daniel chapter 6, verse 1.
God. Daniel chapter 6 and verse 1.
Yep.
It pleased Darius.
Matter of fact, let's finish up in Josephus, cap this off, then we go down.
Josephus, Book 10, chapter 11, midway, paragraph 2.
Yeah.
He also, it starts with, he also grew so hard.
Where the heck is that? And Josephus. Does anybody have the actual line?
You're in where you at? 283.
He also grew so hard.
Let me see.
Proceeds to use them.
Let me get there real quick.
Con.
You're in book 10, 11, and chapter 2.
That's correct.
But it's towards the middle of 2 or what?
It says, let me see. That was line 233, page 282.
Okay.
If you got the blue,
the
blue Josephus, it's page 282, and look at chapter 2 and look at the middle of line 233.
All right, so let me get this, Joseph. Let's do it. Let's read it, sir.
He also grew so hardy as to proceed to use them in the midst of his cups, drinking out of them and blaspheming against the Most High.
Damn.
In the meantime, he saw a hand proceed out of the wall, and writing upon the wall certain syllables, at which sight, being disturbed, he called the magicians and Chaldeans together, and all that sort of men that are among these barbarians, and were able to interpret signs and dreams, that they might explain the writing to him. But when the magicians said they could discover nothing, nor did understand it, the king was in great disorder of the mind, and under great trouble at this surprising accident. So he caused it to be proclaimed through all the country, and promised that to him who could explain the writing and give the signification couched therein, he would give him a golden chain for his neck, and leave to wear a purple garment, as did the kings of Chaldea, and would bestow on him the third part of his own dominions. When this proclamation was made, the magicians ran together more earnestly, and were very ambitious to find out the importance of the writing, but still hesitated about it as much as before. Now when the king's grandmother saw him cast down at this accident.
So you see why a lot of times scripturally they'll say father and mother. But just because they say father and mother doesn't mean it's the literal father or mom. It could be grandfather, grandmother. They just didn't have words for that back in those days. You could be your father's father's father, but you were still in that line. Okay, read on.
Now when the king's grandmother saw him cast down at this accident, she began to encourage him, and to say that there was a certain captive who came from Judea, a Jew by birth, but brought away thence by Nebuchadnezzar, when he had destroyed Jerusalem, whose name was David, a wise man, and one of great sagacity. And finding out what was impossible for others to discover, and what was known to the Most High alone, who brought to light and answered such questions to Nebuchadnezzar as no one else was able to answer when they were consulted. She therefore desired that he would send for him, and inquire of him concerning the writing, and to condemn the unskillfulness of those that cannot find their meaning. And this, although what the Most High signified thereby should be of a melancholy nature.
Yeah, it was bad news. Read on.
When Balthazar heard this, he called for Daniel, and when he had discoursed to him what he had learned concerning him and his wisdom, and how a divine spirit was with him, and that he alone was fully capable of finding out what others would never have thought of, he desired him to declare to him what this writing meant, that if he did so, he would give him leave to wear purple, and to put a chain of gold about his neck, and would bestow on him the third part of his dominion, as an honorary reward for his wisdom, that thereby he might become illustrious to those who saw him, and who inquired upon what those who saw him, and who inquired upon what occasion he attained such honors.
So once again, even those Chaldean soothsayers and magicians, they did all the things they did for the glory and the honor. So he thought offering this to Daniel will give him more motivation to dig and find out these solutions. But read on.
That was his way of motivating
all of
these
them.
guys.
That or death. Honor and riches or death.
Yeah.
Read on.
But Daniel desired that he would keep these gifts to himself, For what is the effect of wisdom and of divine revelation in midst of no gifts?
And he says, if the Spirit's going to be with you, it can't be about the gift. It can't be about gaining anything. If you want to keep the Spirit with you, I'll tell you that for damn sure.
Yeah.
Read on.
And bestows its advantages on petitioners freely.
He says the wisdom is supposed to be given freely. Freely have you received, freely give. Read on.
But that still, he would explain the writing to him.
He said, regardless, I don't want what you got from me, but I'm going to give you the answer because it was the right thing to do. Read on.
Which denoted that he should soon die. And this because...
That was the perfect way that you say it. You should still die. He's going to still die. You're going to still die. But keep going, that.
And this because he had not learned to honor the Most High.
But the nations had to learn to honor the Most High on their own. From reading, from studying, on your own. We get that one-on-one attention. Read on.
That's a special position we have with the Father.
And you were very fortunate. Read on.
And this because he had not learned to honor the Most High and not to admit things above human nature.
Mm-hmm.
By what punishments this progenitor had undergone for the injuries he had offered to the Most High.
He says a lot of times we want to sit back and take credit for things you had no control over in the first place.
Yep.
And most things in life that happen your way, you don't have control over. How about that?
Yep.
Because you can do everything right and still not get what you want.
But
So when you do everything right and you get something, you can't say, oh, it was me. I was just so skilled. Talent. You work hard and you get good things. It ain't like that.
Sure.
Even when you do everything right, almost like it still shut a door.
It's because
So if you do everything right and it opens up, you should be lucky to most open that door up.
Yep.
it really is a blessing.
Which is why the Most High always be closing doors to us. So when the door does open, you realize it was who?
It was definitely him.
It was
Yep.
definitely him. So he keeps us humble by not giving us everything we want whenever we want it. That's his nature.
Yep. And and the nations got to stay in check. You got a failed moon mission that just happened yesterday. Now, the objective of this moon mission was to place some of the remains.
If there is actually traveling to the moon anyway.
Yeah,
But anyway,
yeah.
keep going.
But the objective.
How about a failed stratosphere mission?
Well, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, this failed moon mission. The objective of this failed moon mission was to place some of the remains of John F. Kennedy on the moon,
Come on.
and to place some of the ashes of the original astronauts on the moon.
Come on.
So there was a coolant leak that
That's about 65, 70 type problems, huh? My Cadillac's
Boy, this rocket.
My Cadillac's bill got a coolant leak.
Yeah,
It's gonna cost $2,000. I'm just gonna keep pouring the coolant in the car.
he got a gallon of
until I get
water.
the money.
He got a gallon of water with you on the moon. Try to pour into the radiator on the damn spacecraft.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
That's
the
awesome.
failed moon mission, they had to abandon it, and they redirected it.
Oh yeah.
And this is a multi-million-dollar mission, and they redirected the mission. Now they gotta crash land it in the Pacific Ocean,
Oh my.
and so they got it on a trajectory which should have came in yesterday, where it's gonna fall into the ocean with them John F. Kennedy ashes.
Oh yes. It's like
Welcome to your watering
Yeah.
grave.
I would love him to do that one.
Yeah.
I'll let you pop up, man.
So that's a little side joke. We
Yeah.
saw some stupid stuff, man.
Yeah,
That's some Dave Chappelle
that's
stuff.
some Dave Chappelle stuff right there. So, but you know what? All these failed missions, man, you define the Most High. You didn't make the moon. Your flag shouldn't even be on the moon. The Most High said He made the heavens. You don't. When you plant a flag on the moon, you're saying I have dominion over this. I have power and authority. You're bypassing the Most High. You're telling people that I own this particular area of the moon. I own this surface. I own this land. This is an extension of our kingdom. So when you defy the Most High sets up failures for these nations. He sets up failures for these nations so that they can go back and humble themselves down and recognize who the real power is. Just wanted to bring that out because the nations don't. Every time they try to sidestep honoring the Most High, disaster happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every time
All
they try
the
to
time.
sidestep the Most High, something go wrong.
Kinda. Listen, even on a military basis, I think they said Esau puts in $600 to $900 billion a year on a defense budget. But with all these rockets that cost like $1 million to $2 million a rocket, you can't destroy a band of Houthis. that are sabotaging the entire trade routes in the Red Sea.
You burned
They said we shut down. They said we shut down the Houthi airport. The funny thing is, the Saudis have been shooting that same damn airport down for 15 years. So it's already destroyed. Everything the Houthis do are underground. So you can bomb the Houthi land all you want in Yemen. You're not changing the fact they're going to still send $2,000 drones to blow up your ships. So what good is $2 million rockets when I'm making drones for $2,000 blowing up all your trade vessels, and all these trade companies can't use the Red Sea route no more, and not everybody's goods are going to cost more money. They got to go under the Cape Horn, Africa, because they can't go through the Suez Canal. So what good is all these millions of dollars you spend on your military when you haven't invested in your ground forces? You just got these finesse rockets that takes a year to set up. It takes a year to set up like 25 of these fancy rockets, huh? You can't get nothing done at that rate. Whereas Russia sat back here and put their money in drone warfare, missile defense systems, and ground and pound soldiers. And you can make bullets like this. But all their whole entire system, their finesse system that was used during the time of shock and awe, and when they were blowing up everything in Iraq, you can't do that now with these people. You can't just bomb Russia, because when Ukrainians were sending all these bombs to Russia, they would shoot out 10 bombs, and 9 out of 10 wouldn't hit. So what are you gonna do? You blew 30 million in the air and only hit one school.
It's not worth it.
You wasted your money.
It's some expensive fireworks.
And then what ends up happening is the United States' missile defense system was getting blown up all the time. Because what they were doing, the Russians were shooting rockets at their missile defense and then sliding in drones in between them. So it would confuse the systems and blow the systems up. Now those batteries that held the actual systems were getting blown up, and those were like $2 to $3 million machines too. And Halliburton, they said, all these billions and millions that actually is going to Ukraine is really going to Halliburton. And they're building machines. But they said, listen, we're not even going to see this money until 2025 till the next shipment of bombs are made. So they don't even have any weapons. It's going to take a year to even make new fancy weapons that don't work anyway.
This is why they're giving defense budgets to Raytheon to make microwave weapons and to make laser beam weapons.
Because this crap ain't working.
Yeah.
They're
going to hit some ships with some microwaves.
Their entire military-industrial approach is ineffective in guerrilla warfare.
Yep.
In the trenches warfare, that fancy finesse stuff don't work.
Yep.
All their tanks, these Abrams are getting blown out. They're getting blown up, destroyed. These Leopards are getting destroyed. All this money, and that's when the Most High breaks the pride of the proud. Okay, you put all this money to be this powerful country, but you can't fight. You can't beat a country that operates underground. Do you think these Israelis have got Hamas where they want them? They can't take them out. They can sit back here and flood a couple tunnels here and there, but that ain't stopping these people. They're running tunnels for hundreds of miles to the east.
And they're doing that through Iran.
I know they are.
Iran is supporting about five major.
And they can't do nothing about it. They got Hezbollah on the north.
Unless they go get Iran.
Well, that's what a lot of United States senators and politicians are saying. They said you got to sit back here, forget dealing with these Houthis. They're getting mad because this Houthi crap ain't working. They said you got to take off the head of the snake.
That's right.
All right, go to Iran on the ground, boots on the ground, and see how that works for you. Boots on the ground in Iran. These guys are maniacs out there, all right? They got all these heads of these heads, Suleiman and all these guys that they like worship like idols at.
They just did a 1 million man march in Yemen.
I know! That's Yemen. What about Iran? These guys are ready to go to war. They're bite chum at the bit.
And they got nukes.
They got nukes. They got ICBMs. They got all kind of weapons.
Not gonna be an easy day.
Listen, we got TikTokers out here. acting like we're gonna be TikToking and shooking and jiving. We think we're gonna sit back here and boots on ground and win that war? Or you think you can go to Russia and see how it goes?
30 below.
Shit.
They're gonna fight
I was seeing some United States mercenaries. They filmed them when this war first started, and these guys were like, whew. You can see they were pumped. The adrenaline was rolling high. They were in their little trucks, their little RVs, getting out. And like, man, these guys were dialed in. They were so dialed in, man. Woo, woo. They were scared. They were dialed. These guys were dialed in. Hell yeah, they're dialed in. And you're not. You thought this was gonna be easy, huh? Yeah, you can sit back here and stomp on some chumps. This is the whole world's opportunity to sit back here and punch this place in the face because they've been getting bullied for 50, 60 years out of it. Anyway, man. So, where are we at in Josephus?
By what punishments his progenitor?
Yeah, just keep going, sir.
By what punishments his progenitor had undergone for the injuries he had offered to the Most High. And because he had quite forgotten how Nebuchadnezzar was removed to feed among wild beasts for his impieties, and did not recover his former life among men and his kingdom, but upon God's mercy to him, after many supplications and prayers, who did thereupon praise the Most High all the days of his life, as one of the almighty power, in what takes care of mankind. He also put him in mind how he had greatly blasphemed against the Most High, and had made use of his vessels amongst his concubines. That therefore the Most High saw this, and was angry with him, and declared by his writing beforehand what a sad conclusion of his life he should come to. And he explained the writing thus: Mene, that is, if it be expounded in the Greek language, many may signify a number, because the Most High hath numbered so long a time for thy life.
Damn, man. He gives you a time before he cuts you off. That's what means numbered. Your days are numbered based on your works, but he deals with us the same. He just doesn't take our life from us. He says our life is numbered, our thriving is numbered. Until we decide, our thriving is numbered if our actions and our works aren't to his sufficient expectations. Read on.
Because the Most High hath numbered so long a time for thy life, and for thy government, and that there remains but a small portion.
Hours. Read on.
Thekel. This signifies a weight. It means that the Most High hath weighed thy kingdom in a balance.
He's weighed your rulership. He's weighed your works. He's weighed your commitment. Read on.
And finds it going down already.
And finds it going down. Read on.
Ferris. This also, in the Greek tongue, donates a fragment. The Most High will therefore break thy kingdom in pieces, and divide it amongst the Medes and Persians.
Con.
When Daniel had told the king that the writing upon the wall signifies these events, Belteshazzar was in great sorrow and affliction.
Hell yeah. Read on.
And was to be expected, when the interpretation was so heavy upon him. However, he did not refuse what he had promised Daniel, although he were become a foreteller of misfortunes to him.
Wow.
Now the crazy thing is this. This is the nations. What did King Asa do to the prophet that told him he was going to be in constant war, Zach?
Threw him in prison.
He threw him in prison and threw away the key. You never heard about this guy getting out of jail, right? So it tells you at least the nations be honorable than Israel. How about that?
Yeah.
We always talk about the nations like this, and they're the vine of Sodom, and that's all true. That's all fine and dandy. But this guy had enough honor to stick to his word, even though he got bad news, when our kings can't sit back and operate the same way when we get bad news.
Can't take a bad
We want to shoot the messenger out. The nations can sit back and at least eat that check and be honorable. Read on.
However, he did not refuse what he had promised Daniel, although he were become a foreteller of misfortunes to him, but bestowed it all upon him, as reasoning thus, that what he was to reward was peculiar.
I get messed up on that word too.
Peculiar?
Peculiar.
Peculiar.
You gotta say it weird to get it out, because I can't. If I say it regular, my tongue will blah, blah, blah. You gotta say peculiar. You gotta say it all weird just to get it out right.
I like English, man.
Yes, you have to.
Peculiar.
Yes,
Yeah.
she is. The peculiar one.
Yeah. So say it in a fancy way.
All right.
that what he was to reward was peculiar.
There you go. I told you it comes out right when you say it fancy. Keep going now. Well, you were talking like Sabbath Adam. You like peculiar. That's what I'm saying. Keep going now.
To himself and to faith, and did not belong to the prophet, but that it was the part of a good and a just man to give what he had promised. Although the events were of a melancholy nature.
Oh, everybody was partying in them halls.
It sucked.
It was like, I got nothing but love for you, baby. I don't remember that scene. I got nothing but love for you. It was all in the rain. I chained up. It was a bad day out there. It's the same vibe here.
Party's over.
Yeah, read on.
Accordingly, the king determined so to do.
Come.
Now, after a little while, both himself and the city were taken by Cyrus, the king of Persia.
That's why it was Cyrus. It wasn't Darius that took over. It was Cyrus, and he had this Darius be the person over the region. Read on.
Who fought against him.
Mm-hmm.
For it was Belshazzar, under whom Babylon was taken, when he had reigned 17 years.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the end of the posterity of King Nebuchadnezzar.
That's how we know. Like I said, I'm gonna go with Josephus' account that Belshazzar was from the family line of Nebuchadnezzar. And this is the end of the Babylonian rule, the Chaldean Babylonian rule. Read on.
And this is the end of the posterity of King Nebuchadnezzzer, as history informs us. But when Babylon was taken by
Sound like he's
God,
on History Channel.
He does.
On the channel.
He does. I heard that man.
but when Babylon was taken by Darius, and when he, with his kinsman Cyrus, had put an end to the dominion of the Babylonians, he was 62 years old.
Daniel was 62 years old when the kingdom shifted from Babylon to Persia. Read on.
He was the son of Astyages, and had another name among the Greeks. Moreover, he took Daniel the prophet and carried him with him into Media,
Yeah.
and honored him very greatly, and kept with him. For he was one of the 3 presidents whom he set over his 360 provinces.
So listen, what it's telling us, this leads into chapter 6 of Daniel. How he was elevated and put into a high position under the Persian and Mede Empire. Read on.
For into so many did Darius part them.
Mm-hmm.
However, while Daniel was in so great dignity and in so great favor with Darius, and was alone entrusted with everything by him.
So he was entrusted with a lot of responsibility even at his older age. Read on.
And having somewhat divine in him, he was envied by the rest.
So like it always is, like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they were envied by the magicians and soothsayers in Babylon. Now you're going to have Daniel envied by magicians and soothsayers and advisors during the kingdom of the Persian and Mede Empire. Read on.
For those that see others in great honor than themselves with kings envy them. And when those that were grieved at the great favor Daniel was in with Darius sought for an occasion against him.
So they're sitting back here, they're plotting and scheming to bring down King Darius. Okay? I mean, not bring down King Darius, but to bring down Daniel. Okay? Read on.
He afforded them no occasion at all.
And the beautiful thing about Daniel was that his example was so strong, there was nothing that these schemers could use as leverage to break him.
It was ice cold out.
Well, ice cold, it was about great works and great conduct.
You're being blameless.
And that's the thing. Because he was blameless, there was no way you can use leverage to break him. Read on.
For he was above all the temptations of money, and despised bribery, and esteemed it a very base thing to take anything by way of reward.
He says, because that bribery, now you're in the hook. You're in the hook for somebody. You got to serve somebody.
Oh, somebody.
Because if I take your bribe, then I'm in debt with you. Either I gotta co-sign some wickedness, or I gotta turn my eye from what I know is wrong. Judgment gets skewed when you're in it for gain. Read on.
Even when it might justly given him, he afforded those that envy him not the least handle for an accusation.
He says he didn't give them the least weakness to justify an accusation, even an accusation. Let alone concrete evidence. His conduct was so strong and so steady and consistent. There was nothing he did that was outside of the parameters of right and wrong, that could even be questioned as being negative. Read on.
So when they could find nothing for which they might calumniate him to the king. Nothing that was shameful or reproachful, and thereby deprive him of the honor he was in with him. They sought for some other method whereby they might destroy him.
Now hold that and let's get to Daniel chapter 6, verse 1. We're going to finish up this Daniel chapter 6 today. So Daniel 6 and 1, sir.
Daniel 6 and 1. It pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 princes, which should be over the whole kingdom. And over these 3 presidents, of whom Daniel was first, that the princes might give accounts unto them, and the king should have no damage. Then this Daniel was preferred above the presidents and princes, because an excellent spirit was in him. And the king thought to set him over the whole realm.
Because he was blameless. His conduct was blameless. Read on.
Then the presidents and princes sought to find occasion against Daniel.
So these guys, in the Babylonians had soothsayers and magicians. In the realm of the Persian Medes, it's presidents and princes. It's a different type of system, different type of governmental system. Okay? They're not dealing with that hooly-gooly stuff. You know what I mean? The Babylonians had that hooly-gooly mysticism to kind of justify their movements. These guys were more away from that angle. Okay, read on.
Then the presidents and princes sought to find occasion against Daniel concerning the kingdom. But they could find none occasion nor fault, for as much as he was faithful, neither was there any fault, neither was there any error or fault found in him. Then said these men, we shall not find any occasion against this Daniel, except we find it against him concerning the law of his God.
This is the only way we can break him. We got to use his belief in the Most High against him. That's the only way we can break him and get leverage to take him out of this position. Read on.
Then,
because you know what? Why were they so angry? Yes, Daniel was in power, and he was a foreigner. What was the other reason that these princes and these presidents were so vexed at Daniel? He wasn't winking on their negative. They couldn't get away with their negative when you had the top guy kept everybody in check. Because if they had one of their guys in the top, then they would sit back and shield them from whatever misgivings, whatever their vices led them to. But Daniel kept everybody in check. So you got to get that guy out of position so everybody else can operate freely the way they want to.
It's like
Eat or just be corrupt.
Yeah.
Or have whatever vice they have and it not get brought to the king. This is why they were so motivated. Yeah, it was envy. But the envy is based upon this guy ain't letting me get away with nothing. Before Daniel got in the scene, and one guy was in power, he would let me do this and that. He would. I had a drinking buddy at the top.
Yep.
We would go party and do this, and he'd wink at my misgivings.
Yep.
Daniel don't let us get away with nothing. No kickbacks,
Yeah.
no deals, no blowing money here, no mistakes here. Everything's got to be by the book. And most people don't like that by the book guy, do they?
No.
This guy's killing out all the fun for everybody. Let's keep going though.
Then these presidents and princes assembled together to the king and said thus unto him, King Darius, live forever.
Live forever, king. We love you.
Flattery.
Is it really about that, or is it about let's get this guy out of here so we can live and do and find a little more space and wiggle room in our lives and existence? Read on. Live forever.
All the presidents of the kingdom, the governors and the princes, the counselors and the captains, have consulted together to establish a royal statute and to make a firm decree that whosoever shall ask a petition of any god or man for 30 days, save of thee, O king, he shall be cast into the den of lions.
So they're saying, king, let's do a God ban for a month. Let's do a ban of anybody reaching out to their God besides you. So what are they doing? They're gassing him up as a what? They're trying to inflate him as a God.
Yep.
Because if I can inflate the king as being a God, then all I got to do is serve him. He's going to give me whatever I want. So let's inflate him to be a God, get Daniel out the way, and then I'm going to sit back and get what I want also. So when he's like, listen, let's set up this royal decree where nobody serves anything but you for a month. Read on.
Now, O king, establish the decree and sign the writing, that it be not changed, according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which altereth not.
At that time, everybody was fighting and jockeying to get the king to put his royal signet on some paperwork to justify their negative devices. People were angling at the king all the time for this. Well, let's keep going. What you got?
You want a license to sin.
That's the point. But they're using the king's power to justify it. Read on.
Wherefore King Darius signed the writing and the decree. Now, when Daniel knew that the writing was signed...
So he knew it was signed, and he knew that they were setting him up to fall. They knew it. He knew it, I should say. Read on.
Now, when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went into his house, and his windows being open in his chamber toward Jerusalem.
That's fine. That's phenomenal. He knew they were setting him up. He kept the windows open and sent his prayers up. Because the windows pointed out to Jerusalem. And he wasn't about to sit back here and tippy-toe around pleasing the king, getting him in the way of serving the Heavenly Father. Read on.
In his windows being open in his chamber toward Jerusalem, he kneeled upon his knees 3 times a day and prayed and gave thanks before his power.
Now that was a common thing for men that believe in the Most High.
God.
Go to Psalms 55 and 17.
Mm-hmm.
So is it just because he was in trouble that he prayed, like a lot of times we do? We only pray when something's wrong.
No.
Or was it a customary thing for him to pray regardless if things was good, bad, or ugly, or indifferent? So when you look at what great men would do, what their routine would be, read that right there.
Evening and morning.
What did David say?
Evening.
David said he prayed when?
Evening.
In the evening? What else?
And morning.
And morning, what else?
And at noon.
And at noon. So 3 times a day. Read on.
Will I pray and cry aloud, and he shall hear my voice.
So all the greats
Where do you
knew.
think Daniel got it from?
Yeah, all the greats had an honor or reverence to the Most High. Prayer wasn't something that they only did for emergency's sake. Get out of jail card. I'm only praying to the Most High, acknowledging him when something's wrong in my life, I'm not getting what I want. I'm praying only because of this situation. If you actually believe in the Most High, then it's your routine. It's your custom to pray to the Most High, evening, morning, and at noon. Just like we reading in Daniel. Daniel was doing this as he always did it. It wasn't because he was in trouble at the time. It was his custom. You go back to Daniel.
And was the prudent approach would have been to fall back or close the doors. If it was about hiding it and to be a smart guy, he could have closed his doors and still prayed. He said, I'm not going to sit back and hide this. I'm going to pray. Whatever happens, happens. Read on.
10 from the top.
Yep.
Now when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went into his house, and his windows being open in his chamber toward Jerusalem, he kneeled upon his knees 3 times a day, and prayed, and gave thanks before his power. And he did as he did aforetime.
As he did before. So like Shamshuan said, he had been doing this. This isn't some new thing he just started doing. He had a lifestyle. This was his lifestyle. This was what he did all the time. Read on.
Then these men assembled and found Daniel praying and making supplication before his power.
Like they knew he would. Because they knew he was pious. Read on.
Then they came near and spake before the king concerning the king's decree. Hast thou not signed a decree that every man that shall ask a petition of any god or a man within 30 days, save of thee, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions?
Crazy. Was it his petition or was it these guys' petition? He just signed it. Read on.
The king answered and said, the thing is true, according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which altereth not. Then answered they and said before the king, that Daniel, which is of the children of the captivity of Judah, regardeth not thee, O king.
Snitching dudes, huh?
Nor,
Yeah, keep going out.
nor the decree that thou hast signed, but maketh his petition 3 times a day. Then the king...
That means they went and saw him all night doing it.
Yeah.
I caught him at nighttime. I caught him at noon. I caught him in the morning. I got him. I got him 3 times. It's whack, bro. Read on that.
Then the king, when he heard these words, was sore displeased.
Because Daniel ran the kingdom good. They're like, Daniel did things the right way. I like this guy. Now I got to take him out. because he knew these guys were being suckers. But at that time, you kept your word as a king, as a leader, as a man. Read on.
Then the king, when he heard these words, was sore displeased with himself.
You know why he was upset with himself? Because he knew they set him up.
They got me. They played it.
They played up, and now I got to stick to my words.
Damn. And he can't break his word for all his...
Now you look like a chump.
Oh,
You look like a truce breaker.
he's going to lose in his...
Now you're a truce breaker, and now this man you have no honor now. Viceroy Darius,
Yeah.
you have no honor. Read on.
Then the king, when he heard these words, was sore displeased with himself, and set his heart on Daniel to deliver him.
He wanted to sit back here and get Daniel out of this deal. Read on.
And he labored till the going down of the sun to deliver him.
He's trying to find some paperwork or some technicality to get him out of this deal, out of this death sentence. Because he didn't really want to do it. Read on.
Then these men assembled unto the king, and said unto the king, Now, O king, that the law of the Medes and Persians is,
This is the law. I'm going to get you on a technicality.
Yep.
Read on.
that no decree nor statute which the king established may be changed.
Even by the king. Read on.
Then the king commanded, and they brought Daniel, and cast him into the den of lions. Now the king spake and said unto Daniel, Thy God, whom thou servest continually, he will deliver thee.
It is because I can't. These guys got me by paperwork and technicalities, and I can lose my kingdom if I break Persian and Mede law. Because once again, he wasn't the top king. He wasn't Cyrus. He was an underboss. He was like the level 4 guy. What's that at?
But that quote unquote king had faith that his God, his power would deliver him.
Exactly.
Because I can't.
Exactly. I can't because of the law, and I can't go over King Cyrus's head. I'm a viceroy here. I'm a vassal. So I got to roll with this. But I believe, because I've seen the Most High work through you, that he'll look after you. Your history precedes itself. Read on.
And a stone was brought, and laid upon the mouth of the dead. And the king sealed it with his own signet, and with the signet of his lords, that the purpose might not be changed concerning Daniel. Then the king went to his palace and passed the night fasting.
So even listen, the crazy thing is, even you can tell there were the nations that had a respect towards the Heavenly Father and honor towards the Jews. And when the nations had a respect for the Heavenly Father and had a respect for the Lord's chosen, the Most High looked after them also. This is the scriptures are telling you what it is. It wasn't just Jew, everything. When the nations were honorable and in order and respected the Lord's chosen and had a reverence for the Heavenly Father, he looked after them too. But he was really stressing out about Daniel and was fasting and praying for Daniel in hopes he can get out of this. Read on.
Then the king went to his palace and passed the night fasting. Neither were instruments of music brought before him.
You see the opposite that he had for one man's sake versus Belshazzar's partying and festive mindset when his incoming doom was happening. And this man was praying and fasting, hoping that this one righteous man can make it through the night. Read on.
And his sleep went from him.
Yep. Listen, how many nights of sleep did Zedekiah lose when Jeremiah was in that pit? You think he was shutting the music down and stopping the chicken from getting cooked out? Chicken was getting cooked, hamburgers were getting fed out. Listen, steak was getting eaten out while this man was in a damn shit tunnel out. Now listen, I love my people, I love Israel, but listen, the nations be having more honor than us a lot of times. Just go through the history of it. Were we sitting back here honorable when Manasseh was killing prophets and killing righteous men left and right? Remember those days? We were killing righteous men. Anybody that believes in the Most High was getting killed.
Ahab,
all these dudes, Ahab, Manasseh, Zedekiah, Jehoiakim. And you wonder why the Most High got rid of us. This vassal had more respect for the Lord than we did, than the kings of Judea. Wow. I can't even talk about the 9.5 tribes. We didn't have one good king from the corn-eating tribes. I'm a 9.5 tribe, I can say it. All right. The corn-eating tribe didn't have one good king. that had enough piety towards Heavenly Father to be considered of righteous men. Remember, Ahab was trying to kill Elijah.
Yep.
These are things that we got to remind ourselves as we're reading the Bible. Jew this. There be nations that have more piety than we do. That's the truth. Let's keep going.
Then the king arose very early in the morning and went in haste unto the den of lions.
Because he's trying to see if he's still there. He's trying to see if he's alive. And if these ravenous ass lions took him out.
He had a bad night's sleep too.
He didn't get no sleep. He's fasting. He's stressed out. He said his sleep went from him. He didn't get no sleep. Read on.
And when he came to the den, he cried with a lamentable voice unto Daniel. And the king spake and said to Daniel, O Daniel, servant of the living power, is thy power, whom thy servest continually, able to deliver thee from the lions?
You know, first of all, he had sincere concern from Daniel. 2, this nation, did he sit back here and love the Most High with all his heart? Or did he just have a respect for the power of the Jews? Which one was it? Because these Persian and Mede kings still had their idols, still had their belief system, right? But the Most High just required them to have a respect and was willing to honor the invisible power, the God of the Hebrews. That's what the Most High was expecting of the nations. And that was it. Respect the laws, respect his way, and you'll prosper. When the Romans were in power, Shamsharan brought it out from Philo that Augustus was Augustus, right?
Caesar Augustus.
Yeah, Augustus had a respect for the Hebrews' laws, Hebrews' ways. I brought about Ptolemy.
He didn't tax the Jews in his kingdom, and he also allotted a certain amount of his oxen and his sheep to be sacrificed for prayer's sake for his kingdom, for his position.
And he had and that was what that was the deal the Romans had with the Jews. As long as you sacrifice for us, we're good. I have enough respect for your power that I will give up my oxen in the name of that power. That's all the Most High required. And Tiberius had the longest run of all the Roman emperors ever. He died in peace. When you read about the history of the Romans, they were getting killed, shivved, poisoned. It was but chaos their entire time. The majority of the kings. Augustus had the longest run, and he had the most honorable run of all the Roman emperors. And this is the reason. The kings or the Caesars that had no respect to the Most High didn't last very long, and they had tumultuous reigns and power. But I bet you $1 million Augustus still had his beliefs and his idols too. Why am I keep driving this point? Because the Most High is teaching us how he judges the nations. You think the Most High is sitting back here putting them on the hook with all the laws like we're put on the hook? No. We have a greater responsibility to honor the Most High's laws and commandments and operate on a higher level because we're going to get more. We're going to get the power to lead. But the nations have a respect towards Heavenly Father. Honor me and respect my people, and you'll live a peaceful life. That's the deal with them.
No, say that. Also, because we're in covenant with the Most High.
Yeah, and because we owe more, we owe him more. He gives us more attention. He deals with us more on a detailed day-to-day basis. But if the nations have a respect, he honors that. This provincial king, Darius, he's not the king Darius of the Medes. He's the vassal. Truly had a respect towards the Most High and respected and loved Daniel. So he's coming out early in the morning to sit back and yell and call out for Daniel's name to make sure is he still living and breathing because I care about him and I'm anxious to see is the Most High going to look after you now like he's been looking after you. Let's continue.
Then said Daniel unto the king, O king, live forever.
He said, live forever. Just like that. So Daniel said, I'm all right. I'm good. I'm breathing. Read on.
My power hath sent his angel, and hath shut the lions' mouths, that they have not hurt me. For as much as before him innocency was found in me.
He says before, he says,
Powerful.
the angel shut the lion's mouth, and I'm not hurt because I was innocent. This is the same statement that Judas Maccabee said when he was talking to his soldiers. He said, your innocency is your strength. Because you're blameless, let your blamelessness be your strength in the face of adversity. This is why you can operate in the boldness you're supposed to operate. Whether the lions ate him or not, you were innocent and face this issue head on and deal with the consequences one way or the other. Read on.
For as much as before him innocency was found in me, and also before thee, O king, have I done no hurt. Then was the king exceeding glad for him, and commanded that they should take Daniel up out of the den.
He said, man, listen, man, get him out. I'm not going to sit back and keep him longer. The Lord looked at him, get him out, forget this. Read on.
So Daniel was taken up out of the den, and no manner of hurt was found upon him, because he believed in his power. And the king commanded, and they brought those men which had accused Daniel, and they cast them into the den of lions. Them, their children, and their wives.
That's a bad day, bro.
Wow, bro.
Your children got to go in this den out.
Yep.
That's what they get. Read on.
And the lions had the mastery of them.
Listen, the lions had a mastery of them, man. Have you guys seen that when animals go wild out? And you see how these lions start attacking people out? It is scary, it's brutal, and a paw slap's gonna knock you out. And he's just starting. I saw this lion chewing this Ishmael dude out, and he took his time on him. he knocked him down out. He bit him a little bit. The guy's running. He was like, he's sliding and moving away out. And you know, from afar you can't see the blood and stuff like that. But you see he was hurt. He's visibly hurt, and he's moving. And this animal's big ass paws bringing him back to him out. And he's sliding, moving away, trying to get around. I'm like, bro, this is the worst thing ever. And you take one adult male, and there's like 15 more people in there, right? And you see one guy get mauled.
They say it's better to get eaten by a tiger.
What's the difference? I'm just curious. I'm curious.
The lion will eat any part of you first.
Yeah, that's what I was watching. This guy.
The tiger will go
for the
straight.
kill?
It'll go straight for the neck and kill you first. So the death of the tiger is quicker because he goes straight for the neck and he bites you in the neck. He closes you off and shuts you down quick. So they said it's a quick death to get eaten by a tiger.
That's literally what I saw.
Yeah, to get versus eaten by a lion.
Then he got an arm, then it was a leg, bro.
Yeah, then
you bleed. Yeah.
You shook, man. You shook.
But listen, you shook, but there's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
We gonna run the corner. You're in trouble even more. You better be right in the middle, and then the other line's gonna come get you.
Yeah, it's getting torn apart.
Ah, bro, come on, You had a hand up. You had a hand up.
The term is cat's paw. When the cat just plays with the mouse, or
yes,
the cat plays with the prey before it eats it, it just plays around with it.
Yeah, but his plan is you're still hurting. You're still being hurt. You're getting hurt when he's playing. He's still knocking you around, and them claws aren't. They're sharp, bro. You're getting cut. You're bleeding. You're yelling. He's hey man, I like to play with my food before I eat it.
That's like orcas flipping up sea lions. You know what I'm saying? Throwing them in the air before they eat them.
Brother.
Flipping them in the air. Toying with them.
Brother. And they got 15 toys. They got 15 toys, 20 toys in the lion's den. And it's sealed up. There's this airtight. You can't hear nothing. Bro, that's what they get for trying to plot and scheme to take somebody out. Yeah. Just for their comfort and their leisure. Now their entire family is annihilated because of those moves. Let's continue.
The scriptures say, bear not false witness against thy neighbor. That's the law too. You know what I'm saying? Because our people do it too.
No doubt. You know
what I'm saying? You say you seen something happen that somebody didn't do, just because you have a wicked thought or a wicked imagination. Well, I know this person said this. Well, how do you know this person? I just know.
Oh,
you just know
all the time in jail.
I know this person is like this. Well, where's the evidence? Because they just are.
And they say it with confidence too. They just are. I'm
like you just got an evil suspicion. You have no evidence. You got no you just because your evil suspicion.
And you said it with confidence. You said it with confidence
because they just are. Like how do you know the wickedness or the integrity of a person just by looking at a person.
Because I know.
Because I seen people that's
Yeah.
like that before. I seen that before.
I
Like
seen it.
you're just the utmost spiritual guy. Well, you can see evil on the outside.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? A look show. Oh, I can just tell by how the way they looking. They evil. Come on, bro. You ain't that
Evil
spiritual.
intention.
Yeah,
Get out of here.
that's a false estimation out.
Done.
But our people do it all the time, bro. We don't examine first before we look at the truth, before we pass judgment. We don't examine the truth first. We just automatically go off suspicion because I'm negative and I just don't like people. I just look at people a certain way as automatically guilty.
Yep.
We do it all the time, man.
Okay. So let's continue.
Continue from the top.
What verse we at? Let's do 24 from the top.
And the king commanded, and they brought those men which had accused Daniel, and they cast them into the den of lions, them, their children, and their wives. And the lions had the mastery of them, and brake all their bones in pieces, or wherever they came at the bottom of the den. Then King Darius wrote unto all people, nations and languages, that dwell in all earth, peace be multiplied unto you. I make a decree, that in every dominion of my kingdom men tremble and fear before the God of Daniel. For he is the living power, and steadfast forever. In his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed, and his dominion shall be even unto the end.
So once again, he's like, then the king or the province leader or the vassal, to everybody that I'm in charge of, you're going to have a respect for the God of Daniel. Because that is the extent of what the nations can do for the Heavenly Father. Learn to have a respect and a reverence for the Heavenly Father. And if they do, their life will go in peace. If they don't, they will suffer. Read on.
He delivered and rescued, and he worketh signs and wonders in heaven and in earth, who hath delivered Daniel from the power of the lions. So this Daniel prospered in the reign of Darius, and in the reign of Cyrus the Persian.
God. Let's finish up in the Josephus real quick. Where are we at? We're at it's after whereby they might destroy him. When therefore they saw that Daniel prayed to the Most High 3 times a day. Yeah.
When therefore they saw that Daniel prayed to the Most High 3 times a day, they thought that they had gotten an occasion by which they might ruin him. So they came to Darius and told him that all the princes and governors had thought proper to allow the multitude a relaxation for 30 days, that no one might offer a petition or prayer either to himself or to the gods, but that he who shall transgress this decree shall be east into the den of the lions.
Will be cast.
It says east.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
Yeah.
This decree shall be cast into the den of lions, and there perish. Whereupon the king, not being acquainted with their wicked design, nor suspecting that it was a contrivance of theirs against Daniel, said he was pleased with this decree of theirs. And he promised to confirm that he promised to confirm what they desired. He also published an edict to promulgate to the people that decree which the princes had made. Accordingly, all the rest took care not to transgress those injunctions, and rested in quiet. But Daniel had no regard to them. But, as he was wont, he stood and prayed to the Most High in the sight of them all. But the princes, having met with the occasion they so earnestly sought to find against Daniel, came presently to the king, and accused him that Daniel was the only person that transgressed the decree, while not one of the rest durst pray to their gods. This discovery they made, not because of his impiety, but because they had watched him, and observed him out of envy. For supposing that Darius did thus out of a greater kindness to him than they expected, and that he was ready to grant him pardon for this contempt of his injunctions, and envying this very pardon to Daniel, they did not become more honorable to him.
More favorable?
So,
well, mine says favorable, but you can be honorable. This one.
Sorry. But desired he might be cast into the den of lions according to the law. So Darius, hoping that the Most High would deliver him, and that he would undergo nothing that was terrible by the wild beasts, bid him bear this accident cheerfully. And when he was cast into the den, he put his seal to the stone that lay upon the mouth of the den, and went his way. But he passed all the night without food and without sleep, being in great distress for Daniel. But when it was day, he got up and came to the den, and found the seal entire, which he had left the stone sealed withal. He also opened the seal and cried out and called to Daniel and asked him if he were alive. And as soon as he heard the king's voice and said that he, and as soon as he heard the king's voice and said that he had suffered no harm, the king gave order that he should be drawn up out of the den. Now when his enemies saw that Daniel had suffered nothing which was terrible, they would not own that he was preserved by the Most High.
Most people don't. Read on.
And by his providence. But they said that the lions had been filled full with food, and on that account it was, as they supposed, that the lions would not touch Daniel, nor come to him.
Or they only didn't go there because they were full. Read on.
And this they alleged to the king. But the king, out of an abhorrence of their wickedness, gave order that they should be thrown in a great deal of flesh to the lions. And when they had filled themselves, he gave further order that Daniel's enemies should be cast into the den.
So he says, okay, then we're going to sit back here and feed these animals, give them all the flesh they want, then we're going to bring you in there. If you think it was about the fact that the lions were well fed, then we're going to see if they're going to sit back here and look at you as food after they get fed, or that you're going to get the same deal as Daniel.
Survive the night.
Exactly. Let's continue.
And when they had filled themselves, he gave further order that Daniel's enemies should be cast into the den, that he might learn whether the lions, now they were full, would touch them or not. And it appeared plain to Darius, after the princes had been cast to the wild beasts, that it was the Most High who preserved, for the lions spared none of them, but tore them all to pieces, as if they had been very hungry and wanted food.
Bro, and that's all the kids, all the babies, everybody. It's crazy.
Very hungry.
They want more. Read on.
I suppose, therefore, it was not their hunger, which had been a little before satisfied with abundance of flesh, but the wickedness of these men that had provoked them to destroy the princes. For if it so pleased the Most High that wickedness might by even those irrational creatures be esteemed a plain foundation for their punishment. When therefore those that had intended thus to destroy Daniel by treachery were themselves destroyed, King Darius sent letters over all the country in praise at the Most High whom Daniel worshipped, and said that he was the only true power and had all power. He had also Daniel in very great esteem, and made him the principal of his friends. Now, when Daniel was become so illustrious and famous on account of the opinion men had that he was beloved of the Most High, he built a tower at Abana in Media. It was a most elegant building and wonderfully made, and it is still remaining and preserved to this day. And to such as see it, it appears to have been built. It appears to have been lately built, and to have been no older than that very day when any other looks upon it. It is so fresh, flourishing, and beautiful.
Wow.
So they're saying that last place where Daniel ended up being was immaculate. And when they came to see it, not so many years ago, I guess this is during the time of the Roman Empire, they said it was still in good shape, as if it was brand new.
Most high took care of it.
God, read on.
In no way grown old in so long time. For buildings suffer the same as men do. They grow old as well as they.
Damn.
And by numbers of years, their strength is dissolved, and their beauty withered. Now they bury the kings of Media, of Persia, and Parthia in this tower to this day. And he who was entrusted with the care of it was a Jewish priest, which thing it is also observed to this day. But it is fit to give an account of what this man did, which is most admirable to hear. For he was so happy as to have strange revelations made to him, and those as to one of the greatest of the prophets, insomuch that while he was alive he had the esteem and applause both of the kings and of the multitude. And now he is dead. He retains a remembrance that will never fail. For the several books that he wrote and left behind him are still read by us till this day, till this time. And from them we believe that Daniel conversed with the Most High. For he did not only prophesy of future events, as did the other prophets, but he also determined the time of their accomplishment. And while prophets used to foretell misfortunes, and on that account were disagreeable, both to the kings and to the multitude, Daniel was to them a prophet of good things. And this to such a degree that by the agreeable nature of his predictions he produced the goodwill of all men. And by the accomplishment of them he procured the belief of their truth, and the opinion of a sort, divinity for himself, among the multitude.
You know, we're not going to read any more of this because we're going to come back on this when we get out of Daniel. Because there's still more in Daniel we have to finish up. I don't plan on reading all of Daniel at one time because there are portions of Daniel that go into details about the Greek Empire that I'm not really prepared to go into yet. Daniel 7, like Daniel's 6 kind of gets you to where you get to the Persian Empire. Daniel 7 reverts back and goes into Babylon. So we got to go back to Daniel 7 and go back to Daniel's time in Babylon. Chapter 8 is in Babylon. We're going to do 7 and 8. I'm unsure if I want to do 11. Well, I'm not doing 11 right now. That's a lot of reading and a lot of history condensed in one chapter's prophecy. But we'll get into it, and we're going to figure this out as we go. But next week is going to be Daniel's chapter 7. And like Josephus said, Daniel's prophecies were good for the upcoming kingdoms that got the message. Perfect. So we're going to sit back here and go into that. Huh?
If they study.
If they study. But we're going to that more, Daniel chapter 7, but that will be back to Babylon. Are there any questions?
I think we should read while we hear Bell and the Dragon. Just that.
You think so?
Yeah, just not the whole thing. Just that one.
We don't have to go there. We don't have to do the whole thing if we're gonna do it.
No. Just that particular point.
What, the dragon part?
No, not the dragon part. I don't even want. That's for my wallet. We're gonna do that for my wallet. Just History of Bell and the Dragon Apocrypha. Just starting at verse 29. Just that part.
In verse 20.
The whole thing?
Yeah, just not the whole thing. Just down to show how the Most High spared Daniel while he was in the den.
Okay.
Read that.
In verse 29.
Guys, close the door.
Read that.
So they came to the king and said, "Deliver us, Daniel, or else we will destroy thee in thine house."
So these princes, they put pressure on Darius to deliver Daniel. So he said they gonna give us Daniel or we gonna kill you. Read on.
Now when the king saw that they pressed him sore, being constrained, he delivered Daniel unto them.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Who cast him into the lion's den.
Right, read.
Where he was 6 days.
He said he was in there for how long?
6 days.
He was 6 days. He was in there 6 days.
Now the scripture says a day.
A day, right.
So we still got to go with the scriptures over the apocrypha in this situation. Once again, if you're going to get discrepancies, we got to go with the scriptures. The scripture says King Darius was in there for a night. He was stressing out. He didn't eat. He didn't drink. He didn't party. And that morning he got up and checked on Daniel. So we got to go with that. Okay? Let's continue.
Read on.
And in the den there were 7 lions.
And he's telling you how many lions was in the den. It was 7 lions. Read.
And they had given them every day 2 carcasses and 2 sheep, which then were not given to them, to the intent they might devour Daniel.
Read on.
Now there was in Jewry a prophet called Habakkuk.
Now, this is the point I want to bring out is the fact that when you're in a situation that you can't control, and you're in a scenario where you have no power, then you got to call on the Lord.
Yeah.
And what it doesn't say is how Daniel was treated while he was in the lion's den.
In Daniel.
In the book of Daniel.
Yes.
But here it's showing you that the Most High had a prophet set up named Habakkuk. And what was his job? Read on.
Who had made pottage and had broken bread in a bowl.
So he was at home cooking pottage and breaking bread. He was about to eat. Go ahead.
And was going into the field, for to bring it to the reapers.
Go ahead.
But the angel of the Most High said unto Habakkuk, Go, carry the dinner that thou hast into the Slakia. Go, carry the dinner that thou hast into Babylon unto Daniel, who was in the lion's den.
So what you don't read about is the fact that Daniel had a meal while he was in the lion's den. The Most High didn't forget about him. So even when you look at Elijah being on the run from Ahab and Jezebel, he would be down by the creek, by the brook. And the Most High made the animals, the crows in particular, would bring Elijah meat twice a day. So they would bring him a portion of meat and drop his meat off to him, even though he was on the run. So when you're in a position where you don't have control, you don't have power, the Most High will still take care of you in that situation as long as you're innocent. As long as you're innocent, the Most High will look after you. And he'll find a way for you to function. He'll find a way for you to eat. He'll find a way for you to survive, even when you've done nothing wrong to deserve that type of treatment. Read on.
And Habakkuk said, Yahweh, I never saw Babylon.
He said, man, I ain't never been to Babylon. That's far. That's far away from it. Remember, Babylon's already near Susa. Euphrates River. Read on.
Neither do I know where the den is.
He said, I don't know. I've never been to Babylon, and I know where the den is.
And I don't know where this den is.
I don't know where this den is in the ground where Daniel's at. Read on.
Then the angel of the Most High took him by the crown.
And then he said the angel took Habakkuk by the crown, meaning he took him by the hair. He took him by the crown, by his head, and he did what?
And bare him by the hair of his head.
Go ahead.
And through the vehemency of his spirit.
Now, when you look at this meaning, he says through the vehemency of the spirit. That means that you're reading about a man that was teleported from Babylon, Jerusalem to Babylon.
Yep.
This
Ezekiel
is the Most High.
got those type of visions too.
Yeah, it was teleported, transmutated, whatever you want to call it. But the Most High took this prophet by the hair and teleported him to Babylon and put him in the den with Daniel. Read on.
And through the vehemency of his spirit, set him in Babylon over the dead.
Read.
And Habakkuk cried, saying, O Daniel, Daniel, take the dinner which the Most High hath sent thee. And Daniel said, Thou hast remembered me, O Yahweh.
And then this is what Daniel said. The Most High never forgot me. Mm-hmm. So if you're innocent and you feel like you're in a situation that you didn't deserve to be in, what is your strength? Your innocence. Your innocence. Because it said the righteous are as bold as what? A lion. So your innocence is what you got to bank on. The Most High will take care of me because I didn't deserve this. Yep. He'll take care of me because I didn't do anything to put myself in this position, even though you may examine it. But then you're looking for the Most High to take care of you. And you know the Most High will come through. That's your confidence. I didn't deserve to be in a situation, but it is what it is. But I'm going to still call on my power. Read on.
Neither hast thou forsaken them that seek thee.
And he says, neither have you forsaken those that have done what? That seek thee. Because a lot of times when we get in a situation we feel like we didn't deserve, we feel like the Most High, he forsook me. He forgot about me. Mm-hmm. He cast me off.
This ain't fair.
He's not considering me. Why, oh Lord, why hast thou dealt with me thus? Why you put me in this situation? Why I got to be in a situation that I don't think I deserve to be in? I don't deserve this. Well, you know what? As long as you keep the faith, then even if you're in a situation where you feel like you don't have power or control, you don't deserve, you got to know that the Most High will still take care of you in that condition. Read on.
Neither hast thou forsaken them that seek thee and love thee.
Read on.
So Daniel arose and did eat. And the angel of the Most High set Habakkuk in his own place again immediately.
And he said he set him back in his own place what?
Immediately.
So you're looking at teleportation going on in the Bible. Wow. Where the Most High is carrying a man from one city, state, country to another, dropping off, doing a job, and then immediately bringing him back to where he was in the spirit. And this is a lesson to show how the power of the Most High, how he can feed you in any situation, and how that you can always count on the Most High to take care of you even when you're in a crunch or your back is against the wall or you're in a pinch. You got to keep the faith. You got to keep the faith in the pinch. We all get to the point where we're in a situation that we get bad news and we can't control. But where's your faith at?
Okay.
All right.
Let's keep going. Is that all that? That's all you want?
He finished that. That's the end of it. Go ahead.
Upon the seventh day, the king went to bewail Daniel. And when he came to the den, he looked in, and behold, Daniel was sitting. Then cried the king with a loud voice, saying, Great art the Most High of Daniel, and there is none other beside thee.
And this is what every king or other nation should say. They all should proclaim this. Read on.
And he drew them out and cast those that were the cause of his destruction into the den, and they were devoured any moment before his face.
Just like the scriptures say.
Got it.
All right.
Any questions? Okay, what we're going to do is send our prayers up. Majam, Wapunya, Yerushalayim Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send Michael
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over, bless,
heal,
protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah.
the people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much knowledge,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience, much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
and
much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins.
and forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Ha-ha-wa-ha.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. A war. La-wa-ha.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Ha-ha-yo. Kwa-ra. La-kwa-ra. Ha-aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Shaman. Zayat. La-mashak. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh. Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh. How great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither that the fool understand this.
Neither that the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
Is that they shall be destroyed forever.
Is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh. Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh. For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish. All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But mine horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like a horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamaawa.
Hamaawa.
Laduad.
Laduad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayo. Harash. Yerad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Ayo. Payah. Madawakiwa. Katal. Karamwan. Shayarad. Ayo. Haruya. Tazayawan. Kaya. Shum. Tazawab. Yahweh. Habaraka. Chayayim. Hawalam. Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Yahweh. Ba'ashem. Yahushua. Rakano. Rashralim. Wabiyath. Support. Turn. Yahweh. Ba'ashem. Yahushua. Rakano. Rashralim. Wabiyath. Support. Turn. Yahweh. Ba'ashem. Yahushua. Rakano. Rashralim. Wabiyath. Support. Yahweh. Ba'ashem. Yahushua. Rakano. Rashralim. Wabiyath. Support. Rock they ho, rock they ho, rock they ho shot, rock they ho shot, rock they ho, rock they ho, rock they ho shot, rock they ho shot, rock they ho, rock they ho, rock they ho shot, rock they ho shot, rock they ho, rock they ho, rock they ho shot, rock they ho shot. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all power, from your house, all power from your house, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, the water, the Miyat, Aman. So good luck.
Shooting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, will crush Allah, men of Israel, Amajah. Rock.
Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Cornerstone.
Amajah, turn the face, sisters. Sisters, please stand. Madam Shabbat. Shooting out in the gardens of Zion, men of Israel, Amajah. Rock.
Yahweh, Shema, Ba'ashem, Yahushua. Yashmatap. Dismissed. Fall out. The y'all. See y'all on Monday.